Hello and welcome to another night of LPL English brought to you by, or I should say LPL, brought to you by LPL English, the unofficial English broadcast for the LPL. My name is Mark Rafa Alexander Arambide. I'm joined here, casting alongside me for the first time, is Mr. Melvin, aka Melvin Nizzle, LOL. First of all, what'd you come up with the name like that, Melvin? I can put two and two together, but I really want you to, put yourself on the spot here.
Well, you may put two and two together, but unfortunately you're going to come up with five, because my name isn't Melvin, it's Callum. It was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged series character called Melvin.
Oh!
Okay, if that's a deep cut, then I'm very happy, but that was, 11-year-old me seeing this show was like, that Melvin guy, he's sick. He's, for everybody that gets this deep cut, I can't believe I've been outed seconds into a broadcast like this. And, I was a child, so I just said Izzle at the end of things, that was it.
Well, I'll just say one thing, since you are a Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge fan. My name is Ashadi, and let's unlock some minds here on the LPL English broadcast with our Millennium Key. But let's get right into the thick of things. If you haven't been catching all the Demacia Cup action and need a quick refresher, well, we got one just right here for you. We all started this about a couple weeks ago with Stage 1, where we started with two groups of 4 teams, and the top 2 teams from each of those groups ascended into Stage 2 alongside 4 other teams: EDG, JDG, Ninjas in Pajamas, and Weibo, and then even IG and BLG. And then between those two groups of 5, 3 teams emerged from Group B, 3 from Group A as well. And now we're into the knockout stage, where 6 teams from Stage 2 joined by Anyone's Legend and Top Esports. Here we are in the bracket stage, about to undergo our 3rd quarterfinal. The past 2, we had IG taking on Top Esports. They were victorious. And then we also had JDG victorious over EDG. And I'm not going to lie, Melvin, Top Esports IG was kind of a wash. I know Top Esports did take 1 game off of IG, but that was pretty IG dominant. But the JDG EDG, I highly recommend everyone, if you missed out on that series, go back and watch it. That series was so fun.
It was a very close back and forth where it felt like it was almost wrestling for seeing how high of a ceiling EDG can really reach. And this JDG roster that we have talked so much about in the preseason, with both Honkyu and Junjia coming over from CFO. And it was kind of mixed potential what we had seen from them thus far. And this felt like we're finally starting to see them come together. And I will say, when I look back, I really liked some of these drafts from JDG. And that's something that we kind of expected with Tabe, previous coach of the AL roster that was pretty much the shining star of the LPL for the tail end of last year, coming in, taking over this roster with the JDG players and mixing something up that was really cooking for my money in the Fearless format.
Most importantly, I think Tabe starting to now lean into the strengths of some of his star individuals, especially Honkyu being brought over from CFO alongside Junja. We got a Swain pick as well as the Anivia pick. 2 champions that you don't see that often from mid laners these days, but when they are brought out, it is quite a treat. But of course, we have our actual rosters for tonight. Our quarterfinal, it is LNG and OMG, a rematch after their successful and very, very entertaining bout in Stage 2, where LNG was victorious. Let's take a look at those rosters one more time before we get into our 3rd quarterfinal. It is OMG with Harry, Rio, Haichao, Starry, and Mohan, but more than likely, it will be Juhan playing in the jungle tonight.
Yeah, we saw, as for Stage 1, the very beginning, we had Rio playing, and pretty good performances overall. They did win all of their series with him being MVP a couple of times, but since then, we've had the pivot over to having Juhan play. You may vaguely remember that name. Former world champion as the guy behind Piosik on that DRX Cinderella run roster. If you've played that Maokai skin, that's Juhan's. You're giving him a bit of money. And we're both junglers here, so I'm sure you've also been relegated to Maokai duty a few times.
Well, you know what? There's nothing wrong with playing Maokai jungle, and especially during the glory days of the AP Leandries into there was another item that you would build on him. Yeah, I mean,
you were Demonic Embrace?
Demonic Embrace, yes. Oh, what a beautiful and disgustingly overpowered combo. But it was plenty of LP that I got to farm in my low elo games. But of course, we still got one more team to show on the other side. It is LNG, who did take them down for securing first place in Group B. It is LNG Esports, Sheer, Croco, Bulldog, 1xN, and Missing. And before we get further into diving into this particular roster, I want to go ahead and look at the gauntlet that they underwent to get here in the first place, because LNG, like OMG, started out at the very beginning of this tournament in stage 1, and they have been grueling it out, duking against every squad that they have gone against, and somehow they have made it all the way to quarterfinals in the bracket stage.
Now, for those kind of just joining us in this playoff stage where we now have best of fives, it's important to note that when you look at this, it looks like a very close group on the scoreline. And then you look a little closer and you see that BLG, with that team that is everybody on the full roster minus Knight in the mid lane, went 1-3. And OMG was one of the teams that took one of the games off them, and their only win was against LNG, who topped the group. This was as much of a group of death as it could be. From the format, we saw LNG and OMG, along with LGG, who we'll see tomorrow, coming up from the very, very bottom stage. And somehow, escaping the group of death is both of the teams that were seeded in from the very bottom. So this is a matchup of two teams who have run the entire journey thus far. One of them will make it to semis, which is an incredible feat on its own, but we have a real chance that one of these two teams could run the entire tournament straight to finals, which has its own superstition when it comes to the LPL, with teams who win Demacia Cup very often find themselves winning a split later on, regardless of how the rosters shake up at the beginning.
It rings true. I mean, you look at Anyone's Legend, who won Demacia Cup last year. They eventually won their first domestic title in Split 2 later into the next year, just a few months afterwards. And for LNG, alongside OMG, you're absolutely right. The conversation about both of these teams is that we saw them being seeded into JDG, Weibo, and BLG, and we were like, well, it was a nice tournament, guys, you know?
All right, see ya.
Pack it up, see ya. Yeah, time to go home early, and we'll see you in Split 1. The fact that they're the ones that sent both Weibo and BLG back into the off-season grind early is just crazy and bonkers to me. Yes, Knight wasn't fully there, or wasn't on the roster for BLG's squad, but they still had 4 of the main starting roster, including Viper and Shun, returning to this team. Weibo also having their full starting roster as well. Obviously, guys, I know the conversations that it's just Demacia Cup, but this is such a fire and exciting way for things to be starting out. But of course, we got to look on the other side and see what OMG got cooking on their side. And for any longtime LPL fans who just watched LNG Esports this previous year, they'll know that Haichao was playing mid lane for that squad. And very affectionately from Mr. Cubby, he was his least favorite player to watch, because despite his laning phase being decent, he made some of the most egregious decisions in team fights, as quoting from Cubby himself. And the many times that he had to watch Haichao, he considered it
Torture?
Something along those lines. It was a day where he felt like he needed extra coffee just to be able to get through everything. But the fact that Haichao has now come into this roster and is playing above expectations with a redemption arc already underway before we get into the official 2026 season, this is how you kick off a new arc, a new era for yourself on a new team.
You talk about them redefining themselves. I'm new here, so as the audience surrogate, I've been watching Haichao play, and I just think this guy is neat. I love him. He's just been playing very solid in the mid lane, operating on a lot of mages. He was the first person to finally, with Malphite Jungle running the tournament for the most part, to play Silas. I love it. This guy actually recognized the most obvious counter and had the gall to play it into mage matchups, and I really love what he has done for this team, being a big contributor in the team fights, particularly in the last series these two teams had against each other. I think in the one game that OMG was able to win, it was 2-1 in the final scoreboard, and that last game, very close. We'll talk about it for a fair bit longer later on, but I think Hyjal was quite important in being able to pull away that win. I think that he has been so important for this roster.
Yeah.
However, he's not the main character.
Surprisingly so. At first, we were getting super hyped about Haichao, and we knew that Juhan was just as important being a facilitator for this roster. But low-key, the man that has been clutching it up and being the defining carry for this team is Starry for OMG. And this guy is the only player remaining that has been part of the OMG developmental pipeline since early 2021. Now, granted, the funny thing is that when he first joined this organization, he started out as a jungler, took about a year break, came back to Oh My Dream, which was the original name for OMG Academy, and then started playing ADC. Eventually got the call up in 2024 in the middle of the year, replacing, I want to say it was Abel. And then, ever since then, he has been trying to help OMG pick up the pieces and find a way forward. And I remember, alongside many of the other LPL casters for this past year, he tried to do his best. He didn't necessarily stand out that much in the 2025 season because, I mean, quite frankly, Melvin, his team kind of stunk. His team really couldn't do anything, and there's a reason why OMG ended up getting relegated out of LPL early alongside RNG at the end of Split 2. But Starry has been a shining force in this Demacia Cup tournament. Most player of the games, by the way, out of any individual so far.
He's rocking 5, and it's not for the lack of the team, you know, not just winning as well. The team is overall 11-5 in the tournament so far, but Starry picking up one off of half of those, and I expect any wins OMG have today have a very high chance of Starry picking them up. Hyper carry player, and he puts the capital H in it. 820 DPM for Starry, which is incredible. He's about 200 higher than his opposite number on 1xN for LNG. This guy, when you put him on any late game carry, looks absolutely nuts. If you get him a winning matchup, that is the recipe for success for OMG. We want to see Starry with Moham in that bottom lane on a winning lane who could just pressure, even in the games that they lost against LNG. These two were still pumping out as much pressure as they could, with the exception of Game 2, where, as all ADC players are about to revile in their chair, the shining star of this team was put on Jhin, which I will say was a bit deplorable in my eyes. That shockingly was a loss. Watching him just
be careful
right-click.
when you're Melvin, as someone that is a new face to the LPL English team. You got to be careful when you're speaking bad about Jhin, because
I love Jhin as a champion. I don't love Starry on Jhin.
You got to be careful because Mazel, one of our other play-by-plays, is a very, very fond appreciator of Jhin. And if you speak badly about Jhin, well, Mazel won't call you out directly on it, but just don't open your mailbox afterwards.
All right. I won't expect to be getting scheduled.
Let someone
That's
else
fair.
take care of that for you. You got to be careful, bro, because don't let that nice calm face fool you. Mazel's got some sneaky tricks up his sleeve, but no. But it's okay. No. Also, shout out to Mazel, who is spending time with his family right now for the holidays. Otherwise, you'd be seeing him a little bit more often throughout Demacia Cup tournament, and hope he is enjoying the show as well. And it's all in good fun. But
Couldn't agree
for
more.
us,
Speaking
we
of,
have... What's up? Tell me.
Speaking of people we see a lot, as we get the faces coming on screen, we're about to talk about draft. And so I need all OMG fans to close their eyes because this, or LNG fans to close their eyes, because this has been the biggest problem for them thus far. As you see, the very first ban knocked away. Croco, despite being the defining carry for LNG, lost the one game they piloted against this, and it was in the first game they played against Up. Then they let it through and lost to it against the streamer team, or banned it against the streamer team, sorry. They tried playing it against WE, lost. And every game since then, they have either been assuming the other jungler doesn't play it or banning it. Even on blue side, as we get a great demonstration now. Outside the rest of it, nice ban against Haichao with the Akali. That is a Sion first pick, which I personally love, because the long story short, if OMG plays a nice front-to-back team, they look sick. If they don't,
The second game of the series where OMG were already 1 up in the best of 3 and LNG made their comeback. It was Sheer on Sion, and they recognized early that OMG were not really playing tank shredders or tank killers in their lineup. The fact that LNG is just slamming the Sion for Sheer is them daring OMG to say, yeah, well, what are you going to do about this Sion? You guys are not going to be able to play anything or pilot anything that can actually deal with the super tank the later the game goes on.
I think with the Rumble off the table, it's something that both of these top laners absolutely love. I do like Harry picking up that Cassante as a match. However, this will have consequences for later. We are in a fearless best of 5, and so that means 2 of the main tanks are now off the table, which puts a lot more emphasis on OMG, who I see as the more linear team, with a few less options, but they do their one route of get Starry a lead, Juhan facilitates his laners, run it, win the game. Perfect. Whereas on the other side, LNG, I see they have a lot more versatility. They want Croco ahead. Croco needs to either get a counter pick or a carry. He's got that Xin Zhao right now, and it's about getting him ahead because he will bring that lead to his other lanes.
I like that you bring that up because that is kind of the main stylistic differences between these two junglers. Croco, this team lives or dies through his advantages. The one time that LNG lost to OMG, Croco got immediately shoved out of the game. One fight went poorly and Juhan had full control, had access to every single camp, denied everything from Croco, but the bounce back was that trundle into the Malphite, and he was able to completely dismantle OMG and take every single camp. The fact that Juhan is taking more of a carry role with this Wukong, since, like you said, both Xin Zhao and Wukong are not necessarily new in the meta, but when you look at both of the roles that these two junglers have, unless you have something like an enchanter for the Xin Zhao, he's just there as a body. He's just there to create things happen. Wukong can facilitate, but he can also carry in the extended parts of the fight.
And you know, I think you tied it right back into the draft there, because when it comes to looking for an enchanter, looking for a facilitator, now both teams have left bot lane, the entire bot lane to the end, and I think that this is good recognition of both sides going, we know how important it is. 1xN, great carry in his own right, he can pilot the hyper carries like nobody else, but notice the fact that Yunara has just snuck through the bans at this point. She hasn't been seen yet. One of the highest priority picks so far. Both teams are kind of like, we know Yunara's good, but we also know both of us can play that lethality Varus and kind of match it with a ranged champion. Missing had the Karma banned against them the last time they played. And OMG, pretty much every time, Moham has opted for one of these engaged champions, somebody that wants to go in. The only thing I have written for Moham on my notes is just all caps, let me engage. He wants to go in first so that Starry can clean up. On the other side, a bit more flexibility from 1xN and Missing. We've seen 1xN be able to pilot the Ezreal, one of his signatures. The Poke Varus he's been on quite a lot, quite high priority for this tournament. With the MF being taken off the table now, it's a question of which route do LNG go down. Looking at this comp so far, I'm feeling it's the Poke angle, because you already have the Syndra. You don't exactly need that tank shred for the Cassante if you could keep him at long range. And then it comes down to, do you match engage for engage on the supports, or do we see the feared Karma, something that can just completely eliminate all chance to play the lane from OMG, picked up now, as it is just sat waiting?
I would love to see an enchanter, because double poke would give 1xN a Missing push in this lane. Xin would have access to a lot of those camps and try to at least put some pressure on the Wukong and decelerate him a bit more. And LNG, you can always play towards the bottom side of the map. However, the call is going to be playing more for the team fight stage by denying entrances and ways for OMG to start off the fight. The Poppy's great into things like the Wukong trying to dash in, or the Leona trying to Zenith Blade her way onto a stunned target from the Solar Flare. But OMG, I was curious what their answer was going to be into a fairly tanky and beefy composition in the likes of the Scion and now the Poppy added to the roster of Xin and Sivir. I'm not gonna lie, Melvin, this is a bit of a bold gamble because you need quite a lot amount of time in order to get to the point where Sivir will start shredding, and OMG is basically saying, yeah, we're going to get to 30 plus minutes this game.
I believe them. I like their odds on that, and I think exactly for the lane itself, the Sivir was one of those things when Poke Varus was absolutely dominating the meta about 3 years ago. Sivir was the champion that came out of the woodwork and was able to both push him under tower in lane, use that spell shield to just completely mitigate the poke, and it was one of those good answers that teams start to pull out. It just requires you to draft an entire comp around it, because if you don't, Sivir gets either left behind because of all the dashes your team has, or left in the front line because nobody keeps up. And I think that so far, OMG have done a good job of making a team that wants to play for Sivir. They want to play in front of her. They want to dive in with her. So I quite like how OMG has built around their win con of Starry.
Here we go, y'all. Our third quarterfinal is an epic rematch between LNG and OMG from Stage 2, where both of these teams had found themselves in the strange but exciting position to be vying for first place among teams like JDG, Weibo, and BLG. LNG found themselves victorious, but now it is a chance for OMG to try and take the title back and advance into semifinals, or will it be a repeat of LNG beating OMG once again? It's LNG Esports taking on OMG. Let's hit Summoner's Rift for game 1 of this epic quarterfinal. Maybe we did it a little too early.
Summoner's Rift looks real different. I think it's had a bit too much eggnog over Christmas.
Damn it. I was really trying to space it out there, and I thought, okay, surely we'll get the load in. We'll see the winter map, all beautiful.
That's fine. I'll cut myself off again when it starts, but we can now look a little bit longer.
I'm not doing that intro again.
Okay, that's
that
fine.
was fire the way it is. I can't replicate that.
You know what? That's good. Just unwrap the present once, and then you opened it a day early, and now look. Oh, we're on the Rift. It's me pretending I'm just opening the present for the first time.
For anyone, shout out to all the YouTube highlight editors. If you're watching this, please put that intro over this
now,
right now. Yeah, just right now. And then we'll just assume that I timed it correctly.
All right, and now
hashtag profit.
We'll do it in post, not in live. All right, and now that the intro's just finished, look, we've got the bot lane setting up from OMG. Woo! 3 people down there, both sides trying to establish prio. Tell a lie, it's actually 4. It was hidden by the minimap. I was too distracted by your amazing intro to bring us into game, as now we have LNG pushing Juhan away from his Raptors.
I mean, this has got to be the story for LNG. The fact that you have such an aggressive playmaker like Xin Zhao. Actually, you know what? We've been doing a lot of training, trying to make sure that we are pronouncing LPL player names correctly. But one of the things that has we have run into as a fellow conundrum is that because now we're learning that pronouncing names that start with X is more of a sh sound. That actually changes how you're supposed to pronounce what we Westerners commonly refer to as Xin Zhao, right? I think it's supposed to be like Xin Zhao, which is so hard to unwind 15 years of bastardization.
All right, all I'm gonna say is I still call them Ninja Tabby, so this is gonna take a. I don't know if I've got the character development for one best of series to fix this, but I will do my best as time goes on, as we just see the typical heel trade bot.
I just want my fellow friends who have grown up speaking Mandarin all their lives to know that I'm not doing it out of disrespect. It is what has been ingrained into my brain for the past 15 years of playing the game. But as long as we're getting the LPL player names right, I think we will accept that to us it is still Xin Zhao. And we'll just kind of accept that. But 2.5 minutes have passed by in this first game. Nothing really to note. Some aggressive summoner spells and level 1 all-ins were happening on the bottom lane, but it just resulted in heals being traded by both the supports, and both junglers are pathing to the bottom side of the map. I imagine, Melvin, that nothing really is going to happen because both bot lanes are staying relatively healthy too healthy for Juhan and Kroko to really get involved.
I would tend to agree that nothing's going to happen in the lane itself. Then the question comes to, as we both junglers love to talk about, Scuttle Crab. Will we have Kroko forfeit and go straight up to the top crab, considering right now Starry and Moham do have that super prio? Kind of hard to fight it when you're against a Sivir, and even in the mid lane, Bulldog and Haichao fighting it out. But it looks like it's about time for the Honk Shoe, take a recall, buy your tier, come back to lane, clear the wave, rinse, repeat from Haichao.
Honk Shoe? Honk Shue's not even in this game, bro. Why are we going to disrespect his name like that?
Oh! Okay, he could afford tier. It was the HUD being slow. I thought for a second he had recalled early. That was nearly a bit spooky, as we do have Juhan claiming bot crab. Trade up for top side for Kroko. Does mean he'll be a bit slower on the tempo, getting back to his camps. As, my lord, we didn't expect a lot to happen in these lanes, with maybe asterisk the exception of bot lane. What do you want to talk about with like how we expect this to go on? Which lane do you focus on matchup-wise?
You know, Melvin, the top lane is calling to me right now. I don't know, something about two tanks just slapping each other and getting dangerously close to what we consider low HP, but actually not quite dangerous enough for them to be in any danger whatsoever. It feels like it's the best place to just stare at for the next 30 seconds. But the observers will not listen. Unfortunately, we are not in sync with the observers. So we kind of have to follow whatever the observers are looking at least main screen wise. We can always look at the minimap as well. And so far, as both of us are jungle mains, right now they haven't really deterred from the full clear Sigma grind set. Obviously, Wukong just wants to hit level 6, right? I still think that Kroko should be a little urgent on trying to proactively look for opportunities. The fact that you have access to the 3-town strike, any form of CC before level 6, means that you have that extra bit of advantage of trying to create any plays. Hopefully that opens up an opportunity to look for an early dragon before grub spawn. Otherwise, you're just kind of chancing it at saying whose level 6 fight is better.
It's a bit of invading, a bit of that kind of thing is where Kroko really butters his bread. He likes to get that priority in his lanes and then just go steal camps away when the other jungler takes an objective to just accelerate himself, almost like paying down a debt for a future fight. OMG, much prefer, let's stack up some objectives, but we don't really want to fight until we get Starry onto 2 items. And it does look like we've got pretty much that acting out right now. We've got Kroko basing to go spend his money, whereas Juhan is pressuring to take this first dragon. He's aggroing it, but it's hard to say whether he'll stick because the bot lane just reset. I think he was hopefully just trying to disrupt Kroko's tempo here. Maybe get him to walk up to the dragon and fish for a steal. We did get a lot of incredibly close smite fights in the previous series. It felt like basically every other objective was a coin flip in front of it.
I actually like that call out, Melvin. Even though that is not, unfortunately, what happens for Kroko, he just took the base anyway. It's always small mind games you can try and play and see if you can bait the enemy team into wasting time by trying to stall you off of an objective that you're actually not there for. And it gives you faster rotation to the top side. Moham, stopping Kroko from taking this crab. Starry has rotated on forward. Sheer is trying to wind up a decimating smash over the wall, but the rest of OMG squad back off, ensuring that they don't get a little too far entangled into any fights before that grub spawn in the next minute and 15 seconds.
And we do have the all-dreaded but soon-to-be-gone lane swap coming out from OMG, sending their bot lane up to top side. Just one of those things that you do when, honestly, the wind blows in a different direction at this point. Teams alternate between whether it's a good idea or not, but I think right now I quite like it because OMG are just allowing Moham to be the second jungler.
Wow.
Starry with Spell Shield is under 0 threat from this Scion at the moment, as we do have Missing finally making his way up now to protect his jungler. But this is a bit more of that disrupting, a bit more of that slowing them down, being a nuisance, and just trying to see what small leads you can get before the very bloody team fights we're going to be getting. When it comes to standing in front of objectives, I don't expect teams to mega fight for the first one. However, this is LPL.
That is very true, Melvin. I was hoping that Moham's efforts were going to at least stop Kroko from hitting level 6 before this grub timer spawn. Unfortunately, that is not the case, but I like that the concept could have been there if it actually came to fruition. The grubs, or at least the scuttle crab, was denied, so there was a possibility for that. But Kroko is already ceding control since Sheer is on the top side. His bot lane is committed to the bottom side of the map still with 1xN in the 1v1 against Harry. Teleport is coming in, as Missing with the Unsealed Spellbook is helping 1xN potentially look for an all-in onto Harry. Chain of Corruptions was already used, looking for that piercing arrow, does about 50% of HP to Harry's health bar. But at the end of the day, it's still Cassante. He's still going to walk out in there pretty scot-free. But it is all 3 grubs going over to OMG, whereas Kroko will secure the first dragon of the game.
I think this counts as character development, because we saw in a very similar situation where OMG were taking the grubs and the dragon was available in the last series they played. Kroko actually opted to go invade and take away 2 of Juhan's camps instead of doing the dragon, which was then picked up by OMG later on. This time, having his support TP down there, and one thing to note is we do have 1xN on this Lethality Varus, but because there is a Leona, he has instead gone for the cleanse rather than the teleport we have seen come out for this Varus. Pretty much every game we've seen the poke Varus in the tournament, which will give him a fair bit less map mobility and make it a bit more dangerous for him to be left alone in a side lane, but it does mean he is under much less threat when posturing to get that poke down before the more important fights later on. And right now, if that was a teleport Varus, he has to flash away, because Leona can just walk up, match flash, and E on top of them. But with Cleanse, not really that much to be scared of for 1xN.
Yep. Because even when Solar Flare comes up, you can try and trade tools at the cost of Moham using his ultimate summon, or ultimate spell, I should say. Might be a potential collapse. Kroko was spotted on that control ward. Is that crab worth it, Kroko? We're going to find out. He's right on top of the Unraveled Earth, but great Scatter of the Week from Bulldog. But the seismic shove flicks him back into the waiting arms. Haichao is forced to flash, but at the end of the day, it is still first blood going into the hands of Juhan's Wukong.
Very respectful from OMG right there to back off, and I'll be honest, that was a pretty suspect flick. Very nicely done from Haichao. I would not be, you know, unfair to say that Kroko probably didn't expect that to hit, as this is part of the reason why we saw that Poppy counterpick into the Leona at the end. It's a very, very, very good neutralizer, and when it comes to those objective fights, pretty solid for ejecting the Wukong, ejecting the front line, but you do have to be wary, because as I've been watching Demacia Cup, there's not been a lot of players who I think have had their Poppy license. The amount of ultimates I have seen go astray from Poppy supports in particular, or land into a Cassante who's already holding W, or in the most egregious cases, hit away a Nico or Wukong clone.
Yeah.
I'm waiting right now to see if Missing. He's currently doing fine with Spellbook. There's a separate license. It's like your provisional driver's license. He's got the Spellbook license so far. He's not just spamming summoners for the sake of it. He's had meaningful rotations thus far. But can he use his Poppy ultimate to actually secure the team some of these objectives and get that important lead that right now OMG is happily just accumulating that passive little bit of gold. It doesn't really matter too much. They don't want to fight yet. They want this Sivir at 2 items. We keep saying it because it's so important.
And we're still quite a ways away before Starry even hits his first item, as he's still sitting on a Caulfield and a pickaxe. Still needs about 1,400 something gold so that he can complete that Essence Reaver, since he did pivot to a boot and dagger combo to start working towards those Berserk 3s.
Moham's dead.
He has Flash and Exhaust available, as well as Solar Flare, but he's pushed in by Missing, and the Steadfast Presence prevents him from getting the Zenith Blade out to safety. And even with the Flash, you're absolutely right, Melvin, that is a dead Moham right there. Juhan has Cyclone available, but it is effectively a 2v3, so I don't know if he really wants to fight that. Good flick by Haichao, a little bit of damage, but not enough to warrant a follow-up.
I fear that a lot of players need to watch the Bouse and be okay with just dying in some circumstances, because I mean, Moham does have the Spellbook ability to flick away. He's now teleporting back to basically have nothing happen. But in net, he is down Flash and down Ultimate, which removes a lot of that threat away from his aggressive plays and enables LNG to do stuff like this.
No. Scout of the Week does not quite land, but he finally hits him into the wall. Croco is now finishing the assassination. Hai Chao finally goes down as Bulldog was tanking the turret shots, and Moham arrives to the party a little too late. Oh, great pick by 1xN. Starry forced to use the cleanse off the chain of corruptions, flashes away. No way he gets out alive. Yeah, Missing just slams him into the wall, and that's for the first 3 kills for LNG. Feat of Warfare secured for this squad.
Very important pickup timing as well, because the dragon is spawning in 40 seconds. So this just gives LNG the opportunity to choose whatever they want to do. If they want to put a bit extra gold into 1xN on these mid plates, if they want to get a reset in, it's all in their favor right now. And that was kind of the direct repercussion of Moham getting picked in the dragon pit and choosing to burn flash and ult. If he has flash and ult, Croco dies under that tower, because you could just stun them as the Leona from a screen away. So yeah, we can't just saw action equals consequence in rapid presentation speed there.
You know, Melvin, not to make this a Cubby show, but one of the things I do admire, and whenever we have conversations about the game, you and him have a very similar philosophy. There are just moments where if you're caught out of position, you just need to accept that you messed up, you shouldn't have been out there, and you shouldn't burn tools to try and, like, make the situation better for yourself. Now, Missing, he doesn't have flash from before. Solar Flare, a little wide, only slows him down. Keeper's verdict for the knockup on the Juhan to slow him down as well. And, oh boy, that was a lot of tools burned by OMG. They don't get anything. Bulldog trying to threaten over the wall. Good Scout of the Week on to 2. Missing tries to slam Starry into the wall. He's gonna not even need to pop the ultimate since it wasn't even off cooldown. The rest of OMG have to walk away. Feeling a little embarrassed that they don't get anything out of that play.
Yeah, a bit of a summoner tickle fest right there. Not a lot going on, as we do have some pretty important vision established, but Croco immediately goes to sweep it because, yeah, we kind of knew you were right there. Like, this wasn't a surprise. OMG was caught warding, looking for something, but I don't think it's going to have a lot of impact, considering if we take a look at the objective timers, the next thing up is that Rift Herald now. And so it is about seeing if we get these teams rotate over, because OMG need both the tower and the objective feats to win that. And I think Sheer identifies it. I think that's the first time I've said his name all game, because of how not much has happened in the top lane. But by teleporting down here as the Scion to threaten that bot tier 1 tower, Harry is kind of forced to not be a part of this play. And now it's really just a bit of posturing, because OMG know if we lose this Rift Herald, it just means that the dragon fight is important. But maybe we see somebody jump in for a potential steal.
Missing is the target from OMG. They're investing a lot of tools just to knock him out of the fight, but Sheer showing up to the party might turn things around. Missing is finally eliminated. Croco takes this entire time to take the Rift Herald, and now he's isolated. Tries to dash onto one target and give himself a little bit of healing off the Redemption proc, but it's not enough. Harry might be in trouble, but walks away from the decimating smash, and the rest of OMG have full control of this topside jungle. They are not able to deny that Rift Herald objective, so as you said, Melvin, everything is going to come down to that dragon fight for the feat of objectives.
And it kind of started off with just supports trading cooldowns, and then Moham used a few extra than Missing. And it really just was about Sheer ulted into the fight from that bot side, but Harry's TP put them into a more advantageous position. And you could see how much he got done on this Cassante. Pretty much 100-0 1xN, while the rest of OMG was fighting without either of the major carry threats actually on top of them. Bulldog did TP down here to try and at least get some return gold for the tower, but just before we went into the replay, OMG sent people top lane and secured the First Blood tower, which means 2 minutes, we've got a very, very important fight coming up, and now it is just about who can secure more priority on the map, who can blow summoners, who can blow ultimate cooldowns beforehand.
LNG posturing in this bottom side river. Harry threatening on the right side. It pins LNG back into the mid lane for now. Moham trying to take up position on that bottom line brush. Sheer does not have teleport. He's trying to push in this wave as fast as possible. Has a little bit of time before that dragon spawns, since we're still about 2 minutes away from it returning to Summoner's Rift here. Sheer just going to try to put some pressure, forcing Hai Chao's hand to respond to it. I imagine that this next fight, both of these teams dead even on the gold, and the fact that OMG were able to pick up first brick as well, Melvin. I mean, this will secure you the feats of warfare for either squad. And not to say that it does define the game for either of these two teams, but it does put you in a state where the stat difference and having access to those tier 3 boots gives you more meaningful advantages towards fights like the Otacon and eventually the Baron.
I think if it was a big difference for either team, it's OMG, because you look at how LNG will play these fights. Syndra chucking out poke, Varus chucking out poke. MR shoes are going to be completed for most of the members of OMG, as Haichao's probably going to get jumped on under this tower. I'll cut myself off here. We have Juhan rotating, will escape. Nice. Okay, cool. Nothing done. Haichao does have to burn the ultimate cooldown, but it's not flash and doesn't die, importantly. If you could get the upgraded shoes across the board, Bulldog's threat goes down quite a substantial amount with this Syndra. One of his signatures, by the way. He was very impactful on it previously. But if we take a look over at the passive stacks, at 95 at the moment, we have got 22 seconds left before the objective. He has not currently got his ultimate execute or the Rabadon's effect for that Syndra passive yet. The question is, will he be able to get a few more abilities in on enemy champions to stack that up?
Oh, great scout of the week by Bulldog. Interrupts the pick that they were looking for on the missing, and now that Sheer is stepping up, he just creates a lot of space just through his presence on the map. 2 items on this Scion, skipping his tier 2 boost, just trying to be as tanky as possible, and all the health stacked up with the Soul Furnace so far.
Starry's
19 minutes, but
them.
Juhan is wrapping over on the left side. Starry completely cut off, as you called out. Scatter of the Week goes wide on the left side. Starry still pinned under the tower. Krako's gonna give Juhan a bit of a poke. Forces him over the Dragon Pit wall. They're still trying to threaten this tier 1 turret. Sheer is flicked under the tower, but it's gone. Scatter of the Week does connect on to Starry. He burns the ultimate. Everyone's getting the movement speed around. And the rest of OMG are a little precocious about how they want to approach this fight, because they cannot just walk into Scion that simply, as OMG are taking their time, but they're losing a lot of tools. And I think this Dragon fight so far is favored for LNG.
It definitely is LNG just running the pit right now. The question is, can Juhan get a Miracle Steal? Moham just marking out the vision. But OMG, they're kind of not sure whether they're cutting and leaving or not right now, as I think LNG are just playing the range difference, getting the winning composition, as now finally we get some violence.
Juhan? He's in there.
That was a
Harry's
clone
also
kicked out.
alongside him. Who's going to get the Dragon Fight? It's 2K 1300. Juhan secures it. That's the feat of a forfeit for OMG. And the fight breaks out completely. 1xN isolated. Missing. Can't really do anything. The fight is already won by OMG. Krako is sit down in the grave. LNG lose the fight. They lose the Dragon. And OMG finally have momentum in this game 1.
And the Atacon has just spawned, so now that is going to convert into OMG being able to take this bot lane tower, which has been such an important part of these Atacon fights we have seen between the teams. Whoever has their bot lane tier 1 tower up pretty much wins the fight more often than not, as we see the ejection happens onto a Wukong clone. It was as Juhan went invisible, and that gave him the opportunity to dead flip it down with the Q smite combo, not giving Kroko the chance to take it away, as Harry was such a big problem for LNG, just standing there, and whereas Chia was also being a frontliner, not the same damage threat. Starry respecting that Scion Q that basically lost them the game in the last time these two matches, these two teams faced against each other. It was Starry getting caught by a Scion Q mid-team fight that was pretty concealed by other status effects, but he died. Bulldog killed him with Syndra, and the game kind of started to go out of hand from there. This time around, Starry flashing over the Scion, not dealing with that nonsense, and we do see
Big
a pick
thing,
on the
Bulldog.
Bulldog.
No flash available. The big pick by Haichao into the solar flare. Mid laner is gone for LNG, and that's a significant carry threat. Eliminated by OMG. Missing could be the next target here. Sidesteps the Zenith blade, but it does force him to walk back into the waiting arms of OMG. 3 to 5 on the map. That should be the Otacon for OMG.
Listen, we've been talking about Starry as the main character, but Haichao is having a cracking game for himself, initiating basically all of the picks that OMG have had in their favor. These Unraveled Earths have been absolute cinema to watch so far. As the player that people told me coming into this season, well, you know, he's kind of there. He's a decent mid. He did well on LNG, but he's not doing great in the team fights. I'm not seeing any of that. As the new guy here, Haichao is looking absolutely fantastic in these team fights.
these flicks have just been so crazy damn spot on, Melvin. The fact that he's doing it unprompted, not assisted or set up by long-range stuns first. In fact, the long-range stuns are the ones falling up on the successful flick. I mean, that's someone you want on Taliyah all day, every day in your solo queue games. And now OMG, even though the gold lead isn't that disparate, 2,000 ahead so far, you can feel the momentum has clearly shifted into their side as they are now putting all their attention in controlling the top side of the map.
And I really like that you mentioned it in solo queue, because this is a fearless game, which means that Haichao will not be allowed to play his Taliyah unless we get to that game 5 where he's blind pick on both sides. And
True.
I think that this is an important statement game for OMG, because particularly for Haichao, has lost to Bulldog on Syndra in both of the last 2 games that they played in the best of 3. Bulldog ran it back, and Haichao wasn't able to take it away on either the Galio or the Azir. Bulldog Syndra won out in both of those games. This time on the Taliyah, though, you can see he's got a lot more comfort going into this. He's taking advantage of the ability to pick out that immobile mage, the immobile Varus. No spell shield yet for him as OMG siege up this mid tower. Another great wall comes in. No chance of an engage coming out from LNG. And it's really difficult for LNG to go forward. They have pick tools, but their engage is Sion ulting in. And if there's a wall or a Cassante holding W, or if you really want to play dangerous, a Sivir with spell shield active, it does mitigate LNG's ability to force these proactive plays.
Right, right. I really want to go back to this discussion point you've opened up between Bulldog and Haichao, because you have to remember, for anyone that is just watching this evolution of OMG going into 2026 and has no knowledge of what the previous year was like, Haichao was on this LNG roster for the previous year, and while LNG did not get relegated, unlike OMG at the end of Split 2, they still were one of the worst performing teams in the LPL, and Haichao was unfortunately a reason for a majority of the time. And the fact that Haichao goes to a new team and LNG looks to essentially seek an upgrade in Bulldog, that Stage 2 series was a statement for Bulldog saying, yeah, they made the correct choice in choosing me over you, but this is a chance now for Haichao, if they are able to close this game out, not only they get the first one up in the series, but they've also already defeated Bulldog's essentially most comfortable champion. As they're looking for a pick with the Solar Flare, goes wide, slows down the entire front line. Harry has found one onto Kroko, and if the jungler's gone, then there's no chance that they can secure the dragon. Kroko still has a flash. He's waiting his time, sits in the redemption circle, gets a bit of healing, and flashes away from the flick set up by Haichao. Kroko's now on the other side of the wall, trying to look through, entering on the bottom side of this Dragon River entrance. Harry, hit by the Scatter of the Week. Juhan, burning down the dragon as fast as possible. Haichao looking for another flick. Dodges the wind, becomes lightning. Keeper's verdict, punts out one in Moham's Leona. Unraveled Earth and Flick does not find anyone. 3K on the dragon, getting closer. 1K, it's Juhan that secures it. Moham comes back in the fight. Juhan's in! Flash with the Cyclone onto the front line. One extended Bulldog waiting for the time. Haichao gets into the back line, looks for the flick. A little too wide, flashes away to the turtle one. Moham boxes him up, but he is destroyed by the Scatter of the Week of Bulldog Syndra. But OMG have them corralled. They're trying to corner them and push them into this wall, but Sheer is still a giant meat shield that he can step on, trying to argue with some time. Harry goes all out, completely dies. OMG are collapsing. There's
Starry
too far. Kroko
Starry,
but Starry's still surviving, but he is getting destroyed and mollywopped by the undead passive of Sheer. He's gonna battle Juhan to the end, but Juhan, the last member standing, and they stand tall. OMG pick up the third dragon for themselves,
walking away with Soul Point after a cataclysmic team fight. It's again Juhan with the Q smite combo from 1600 this time. Crazy. And watch this. Moham immediately chucks down the exhaust onto Bulldog with this jump in engage, which forces him to just avoid throwing any damage at the most important target of Starry. Haichao basically acts as bait, throwing them to the other side and kind of corralling everybody. Harry almost goes crazy here, but it is just everybody alive from LNG pumping out as much damage onto great prediction from Bulldog on that follow-up Q. But Starry flashing in aggressively to 4 people, shreds through 3, does die to the Scion, but Juhan cleans it up at the end. wow, that is the OMG front-to-back team fighting that I wanted to see from this draft, and they are coming in with full confidence for the start of this series.
I'm not gonna lie, Melvin. I thought OMG almost lost the fight for a couple times. There was moments where...
Of course they did! Sivir flushed into 4 people!
Yeah, Starry realized I have to kill these 2 backliners before things get a little lost in the sauce here, as Sheer in the Undead Scion passive was starting to just completely obliterate people one after another. But the game is still somewhat close, Melvin. 3 dragons have been picked up for OMG. Mountain Soul is for them to take in 2 minutes and 40 seconds time, but they're only barely up under 2,000 gold. It's not completely out of the woods for LNG to come back in this game.
It's definitely feasible, because at the end of the day, if this Sivir dies, think about how that last fight looked. I mean, at the end of the day, Haichao kind of played as a bit of a sacrifice there. I don't think he expected to be killed on the way out, but if you look at how these fights play out, it really is 2 major threats from OMG, because Juhan is all or nothing. He does have the GA now, which gives him that extra bit of ability to dive in and not be afraid of being one-shot by Syndra in particular. Now at that maximum stacks with both the Mini Rabadon's effect and the Execute. If you drop below 15% HP when that Syndra ults you, you're gone. And when you look at the diver of Juhan, he's probably target number 1 for most feasible to be attacked by Bulldog, but he really wants to be sending it on to Starry and Haichao.
You bring up a good contrast between these 2 teams and the 2 compositions, as we've seen effectively played out in a majority of these team fights this game. LNG don't necessarily have strong diving threats. They just want to play front to back, use the tools that the front line has at their disposal to create space, to prevent the divers from getting into the back line. But if the divers do successfully breach into Bulldog, into 1xn's close quarters, there's nothing they can do to really survive a Wukong this fed. A Cassante going all out. I mean, we saw an early preview of that on that topside river fight, what seems like many moons ago, where poor 1xn burns the cleanse and it doesn't even matter because, I mean, Cassante. Yes. Thanks, Riot.
You are finished. That is... it's an iconic line for a reason. He does just drag you away, and it makes it even more difficult for LNG's comp to work, because as a front-to-back team, you want to throw down that poke and have San just be the brick wall. But if Shia ever mispositions a bit too close to a wall, Harry can kidnap them, and then suddenly you have Starry and Moham running you down while Haichao puts a wall up behind you. You find yourselves trapped in an alleyway, and it's looking like Batman's parents for LNG right now. So we need to see how they can try and approach this Mountain Soul that is about to be taken by OMG with 20 seconds left. Will they just flip it and go Baron? You're a poke comp. You can't lose the Mountain Soul or it's cooked.
This is why you don't steal the cookie jar at night, kids. Anyway, fight breaking out into the mid lane. Good flick on to Sheer, but he gets a 3-man unstoppable onslaught.
Starry's dead!
Follows up and eliminates Starry! No Sivir! No way OMG can carry out this fight even with the G on top of Juhan, but Haichao's gonna try his damnedest to look for it. The flick doesn't find 1xn. Haichao is occupied. 1xn is still firing arrows, but now he's got to deal with Harry, who is approaching. Bulldog completely safe. Sends out of the scatter the weak stun. Sheer occupying and buying so much space, but Harry and Haichao are still alive.
Oh, that flash!
Throws another rock and pelts 1xn in the face with a giant boulder. Bulldog knows that the fight is cooked, and he's gonna recall back to the base.
But we have double TPs from Missing and Bulldog. Missing running out onto the map. I don't think he had the ability to swap to summon a smite there. Does mean that trying to steal this is difficult. You just have to force them off. At the end of the day, it's neither team has a smite, and we've seen Knight do it quite a lot with this Syndra. Do not fight this on a smite steal. You have to wait for the flick. Haichao has to find one of these 2 members and force it to be a play in their favor. But Moham running down mid right now because of how quickly this bot lane was killed off on OMG. They're going to be able to come in and zone away LNG.
Boy. Sheer is up in 13, has teleport available. Kroko and Juhan are up in 2 seconds. I don't know if the Dragon is going to be alive long enough for either of these junglers to get involved. Starry has popped the ultimate just to make sure he can get in here. Keeper's verdict, looking for the windup. Not going to happen. OMG secure Mountain Soul at 32 minutes.
My god, that has got to be the nail in the coffin, but it was very heavily fought by LNG. It looked like it was completely over with Starry getting... I don't even know what picked him. It was the original Syndra E, and then I think he gets point-blank Sarnolted. Yes, that is a range and a half. Point-blank Sarnolt into one shot to death. But watch Haichao throughout this fight. Juhan goes in and does his job of distracting both the carries, but understandably gets one shot for it. Whereas Haichao on the left side is just doing absolute work. Bulldog's
the flank from Moham, looking on the left side, Solar Flare right on top of Bulldog. He's getting blasted. Haichao cuts off the retreat path. Kronko's got nowhere else to run, and he's buying as much time as he can, but it's not enough time in this world to survive. OMG, eliminate 3 in the blink of an eye, and it's time for Baron.
Yep, once the Mountain Soul came in, I think the real chance of an LNG comeback plummeted from about 40% down to 10. And with the Baron, it's going down to single digits here. We have 1xN trying to grab whatever gold he can, but it's a tier 1 bot tower at 33 minutes against Mountain Soul and Baron. It's all but curtains unless OMG truly make a mistake going into this Baron siege. LNG... It's really now about thinking about how we're going to play next game, because as a poke comp, against Baron, against Mountain Soul, you don't expect to be coming back into this one. They may go for some desperation plays to try and find anything, but OMG doesn't even want to give them the angle.
I'm not sure if Sheer is actually dead here or not. Well, the flick finds him, and the Keeper's Verdict does pun away 1, but Harry and Haichao should have enough CC between them to ensure that this Scion eventually goes down. It takes a while, but even without a LNG's Torment, they've got the damage and the tank shredding abilities to finally take out this super beefcake, and LNG are now without a tank. For the next 40 or so seconds, it's going to be enough time for OMG to get some major structure damage pushing in all 3 lanes.
I honestly wouldn't complain if we see 1xN flash ult Haichao if he ever steps up mid here, because you need to find something. If you just let this play out, it is OMG playing a really solid 0-1-4, split out, just take as much priority as you can off the minion waves, let Starry one-shot wherever tower's in front of him. Job's done, don't need to think about it much more than that. LNG's trying to pelt out some poke, but without forcing something, I mean, you don't have the poppy ult, you can't make an unfair fight happen. It really is OMG's game to lose here.
How cruel is the world for LNG to draft a poke composition just to get negated by Mountain Soul and 3 Mountain Dragons. Decent scout of the weak stun onto the back line. Haichao forced to walk away. Sheer leads the charge with the unstoppable onslaught. Good flick tries to keep him back. Decimating smash interrupted by Juhan. Cyclone. Frontliners trading health bars so far. Backliners staying safe. Starry just throwing out boomerang blades one after another. Bulldog trying to find an angle. Throws out the ultimate. Almost takes out Harry. Harry finally goes down. It's a 4-on-4 for now. Moham is dropped by Sheer's undead passive. And OMG Siege is stopped for now. But Haichao waiting in the shadows. Looking for a flick. Kroko forced to dash through the unraveling earth to dodge the flick in full, but Haichao just has so much damage. The flash for nothing. Kroko panicking in the late game. Bulldog trying to see if he can find the Scatterleaf Sun, but Haichao's too fast. He skates right through it, and OMG's mid laner is really showing how he can turn this series on its head.
He is feeling himself this time around, and we see topside, it is both Sivir and Juhan pushing this tower. Bulldog being down here fishing for the pick. I don't know if he could have saved that top tower, but this is just resources away from the defense.
Oh no! Flick does send missing back. Haichao burning to the ignite. You know what? I should have never doubted you.
I mean, between the phase rush and the Ryalize, it's really hard to close that gap. But this was pretty much the best angle that you could get a Bulldog finding the 2-man stun into the chains. It nearly did enough. Now watch Juhan here. He gets exhausted as he becomes a clone, so Missing ends up not getting the full value of the exhaust down, which gives that extra damage they needed to get the trade kill of the 2 tanks. Harry nearly does Cassante things, but he's in amongst 5 people. He did just do a lot of damage between a bit of poke and just Cassante disgusting. So disgusting.
I'm just going to say, Harry's a hero for tanking the Chain of Corruptions and dashing in.
Haichao, what is this?
Oh no, Haichao! Forced to flash over his own Weaver's Wall, but has to run away from Missing and Bulldog. A little bit of an oopsie, a little too far cooked in the sauce
Brother
there.
thought
But
he's
Haichao
Sion.
does make it out of alive. Seraph Shield was pumped for that, and we are 45 seconds away from Elder Dragon spawning, Melvin.
This is... OMG have let this go on a bit too long. They should really have closed out the game, or at very least be taking them inhibs off for the last Baron, because now this Syndra has a big Rabadons. They do have a lot of AP. This Syndra does a lot of damage. At 1xn, the chip is there, but I think he's mainly there as a poke tool to just put people in lethal range for Bulldog. This is the chance for redemption of Bulldog in a game where Haichao has effectively had his number the whole way through. After that play, Haichao tossed away his Seraphs and his Flash, but now we see OMG opting for the macro side of an advantage. Haichao's just walking down mid. He doesn't have TP. He doesn't have Weaver's Wall. Yeah, this is a bit dangerous to separate with the Elder spawning.
The efforts of 28 minutes, a 7,000 gold advantage, can all be undone in one single team fight for this objective. Kroko has already begun the Elder Dragon spawn leash. Trying to look at Sheer right now, forced to back away. Tanks about a quarter of his HP as punishment. Juhan still leading the charge, crushing blow. Baits out the decimating smash. Moham trying to slow him down with the solar flare. And Haichao is lurking around the shadows. Cuts them off with the Weaver's Wall. Trying to poke at them with rocks. A flick finds missing. That's a lot of damage.
You gotta do something.
That's a dead Poppy. It's 5-4. Moham goes in on the Bulldog. Kroko with the ultimate pushes them back. Bulldog trying to buy space for himself. Pushes Moham away to the left side, but the rest of OMG's backline are pushing through and eliminating the front line of the Big of an Eye, and it's only 1xn left to try and do anything, but anything is just not good enough at this stage of the game. Starry picks up the triple. They don't even need the Elder Dragon. They could just push to end the game.
A valiant attempt to try and get something done at the end there, but OMG absolute wallet diff them, playing out that fight to minimize any chance for Bulldog to play the game, recognizing the scariest member, and doing really solid work to avoid getting one shot, as now Nexus falls. OMG take first blood in the series that is looking like it's gonna be a banger.
I'm hoping for more epic clashes like that, but more importantly, my camera's frozen, which is unfortunate, but also, what is going on in this Demacia Cup screen? Why is there a dungeon crawler on my right side of the screen? What's going on?
Nah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It was all 9s in that last team fight from Starry on the damage chart, as topping out the numbers. Crazy way for the game to end. I was so sure LNG were just completely out of the picture, but with that Elder Dragon spawning, it got a bit too close for comfort, and it's something that I think OMG need to take into the next game. While they did win this one, and they did it with a comp they were comfortable on, how are they going to be able to build another one? How are they going to be able to build a third one? Will this end up getting dragged out the distance? Because I think while LNG had mostly what they wanted, biggest thing when I was looking at, though, this is, you know, they can play a bit more flexible. The players at LNG have got a lot more versatility compared to that of OMG. Starry, there's only so many hyper carries in the game. And I think while Juhan did have a really big impact in these fights, going in with the flashes, constantly pressuring out the backline, again, it's just about how many times can you replicate it, because Haichao generally had a very good performance. He had a play here and another play later on where he did think he was a bit like Malphite. I don't hate this one in particular. The other one was pretty egregious, I will say. So it's really, will he feel that level of comfort picking into some other characters? Or, if we see Malphite Jungle come out, will we see him go to the Silas and actually just play the Malphite firsthand?
Just for context, Melvin, those plays where Haichao just goes way too deep and dies for almost seemingly nothing, that was a majority of what Cubby
it's a minority here, though. We're good.
In
We're good.
LNG.
Improvement.
But yeah, the fact that it has been shored down to less than 5% of the time, that's a good start. That is character development. That is a redemption arc in the making so far, and it's leading to a very promising start for OMG season in 2026.
Absolutely, and I think regardless of which team loses here, this is, at bare minimum, a confidence tournament for both of them. I think both teams have shown thus far that they have what it takes to be a high middle of the pack team in LPL, which I would say coming into the season wasn't really the expectation for either of them. LNG, you could argue that, yeah, okay, we kind of thought you'd do decently, but neither of these teams were a sure thing. Both pretty a lot of unknowns, really, about how they would face up in the LPL proper. And so far, not just against each other, but against what should have been tougher competition, they've shown their stuff, they've shown that they have that resilience, and that's why I don't think that this is, in any way, shape, or form, a done deal after one game. LNG, all the way up until the end, were fighting for it. As we see Juhan awarded with the MVP, I think that's a completely fair one. He had some really crazy dives in. He won all of the smite fights, and that made the big difference when it came to negating the scaling potential of this LNG comp.
Yeah, Mountain Soul is no joke, especially against the poke comp that is reliant on trying to get a lot of burst damage into those backline carries before the fight even breaks out. But that is game one wrapped in the books. But before we toss it over to a break, we want to remind everyone at home watching LPL English that if you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member, because coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it does pay on air talent and content creators. So subscribe to our coffee, linked in the chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. More LPL action between LNG and OMG coming your way right after this. Welcome back, beautiful people. We're getting ready for game numero dos for LNG and OMG Esports. Now, check this out, y'all. Game 1 did go over the way of Oh My God, and oh my God, Haichao was a madman in that last game. I know the player of the game went to Juhan, but Melvin, I want to open up this conversation because I truly feel like maybe not Moham, but even Moham was doing his job and doing his role in pulling apart LNG. When you saw some of the best fights that Oh My God did take against LNG, it was the frontliners pulling apart and taking away frontline threats one after another, leaving Bulldog and 1xN completely exposed, and also kind of occupying their attention as well and threatening them, even though that they're not damage dealers themselves, but they just threaten with a lot of CC, and the follow-up from either Starry or Juhan or even Haichao is enough for them to go, I have to back up, I have to back away. But then they're in Narnia, where Sheer and Croco are completely disconnected from the rest of their backline.
And that's kind of the way you have to beat a poke comp. You either have to get those flanks, or you have to just kind of part the front line of Sheer on that Scion and missing on that Poppy. And a lot of it, Moham did have his own few whoopsies. There was that time in the Dragon Pit where you probably should just take the death, but burn some summoners and the ultimate, and it wasn't the prettiest thing. But when it came to the bigger team fights, he was pretty on point with getting the Spellbook exhausts onto Bulldog, of getting into position, of forcing the enemy team to have to hit Leona, which is the last thing you want. Because Haichao was so deadly with those flips, and if you're having to look at Leona and avoid, for 1xN's case, getting ultimate, be ready to hit that cleanse button, for Bulldog being just spaced out, because you don't want to pump out your burst. You don't want to be chucking your poke onto Leona when OMG's only approaching you with about 10, 15 seconds before the fight. Now, my biggest question mark is with same sides in the draft, Kiana once again taken off the table, Dread for Croco in particular. I'm expecting vaguely similar bans, the Nico coming out again from LNG. We had the Rumble and the Orianna on OMG's half. I don't think there's going to be a lot of change to that, but with Scion and Cassante off the table, OMG want to make a front-to-back. LNG don't complain about making a front-to-back. Where are we going to be fishing to make that now?
I'm just saying this puts a lot more priority on Malphite jungle, because that is kind of like your next go-to main front line that also serves as a lot of engaged. But LNG have already shown their counter in Croco's Trundle in the previous series that these two fought each other against in Stage 2. So they have to be a little wary about when to select the Malphite and make sure that the Trundle is not available, or they can ban it out. And I think the best way to lock that in, Melvin, is to probably pick it for R3 and then immediately ban the Trundle going into the second round.
And that's the difference. When you have the red side advantage, I think LNG is also very hesitant to pick it up, because we saw Haichao pick up the Silas to answer the Malphite on the enemy team. As we do see, it's a Misfortune ban swap to a very important ADC for both of these teams. And now it is the Nico prioritized. Question is, OMG, they struggled when they were playing against a ranged support, which Missing now has in pocket. The Yunara, who absolutely slinked her way through the entire pick ban of the previous game. What support will this get paired with? If it is a ranged champion, it is something that feels out of Moham's wheelhouse. Let me engage. This man wants to go in. The Lulu doesn't really do that. It's very, very good to have. With Starry, you're making your main character the main character, and that is what OMG opt for already. Wow, they have committed to it straight out the bat. LNG, how do you respond here? Because, do you want to dive on top of a Lulu? I don't think so, but you've already got the Nico, so you've half committed in that direction. Will we see something like a Kai'Sa? Will we see something more trying to actually fight it with range? Because with the Misfortune ban, I think they're kind of stuck for options, as it's a bloodbath bot lane. This will be a bloodbath one way or the other. We have double ranged on both sides with squishy ADCs, and we finish it off in the first rotation with the Zehen coming out from Shia, something that he has looked very good on, having pretty much handled Harry in all of the lane phases in their previous series. Question is, can he get ahead this time around, and what will OMG finish the draft off with in this first phase?
Oh, wow. OMG starting to prioritize potentially a counter pick for Harry in the top lane against the Zehen. I'm not sure if we've seen specifically Gnar as the answer into Zehen. I know Jax has been picked a few times throughout the tournament. I would have to go back and double check some stats there. But the fact that OMG prioritized and getting a good matchup for Harry before bans start coming out and eliminating some options, I think is a good call. You can still set up for a Malphite answer if you preemptively start banning out those things like the Sylas and the Trundle, but then Melvin, you kind of show your card, and then LNG would probably respond with a Malphite ban in response. So let's start to see where the mind game. Wow, they say
straight off the bat.
We're banning the Malphite.
We're done. We're done. We're not playing this game. We have Ionara, and I think that you're very much bang on the money with a lot of focus now on where we find those engages, because the Zehen and the Gnar, they're kind of half engages. They could go in, but they both have a tendency to die quite quickly, and this is a Harry special. He's picked it twice so far in the tournament into Zehen specifically, and it's been fine. I believe, I'm just quickly double checking my own notes page, but I think he did win. He won against Weibo with it, and then he did not beat JDG with it. So he's 1-1 on the champion in this matchup right now. Question's going to be how that ends up shaping out as we do get the Azir taken off the table. I personally did not love High Chow Azir, so I'm okay with this. It was into Bulldog Syndra, but not my favorite. I want to see High Chow on a mid-range mage that works in rotations. I think if he has to be the DPS threat, that is folly for OMG. Get him on more pick tools. I honestly wouldn't hate seeing a hard engaged jungler followed by a Galio
Jarvan.
for OMG. Yeah, Jarvan Galio. I mean, you do have the dash on the Kai'Sa is the problem with that ultimate, so it's reliable enough. It's the kind of thing of if you force them to go
LNG
forward.
called it.
There you go.
When you ban Vi, the only jungler that has any kind of meaningful engage left as a skirmisher in this pool is, and the Wukong and the Xin are already taken off the table. Jarvan was kind of the next best bet, so LNG sniffing a mile away. If OMG decide to go for their mid lane option, blind picking for High Chow, that is very curious to me, because then it is setting up the most diabolical R5 pick for Juhan. But
yeah, there we go.
They think better of it. Just go for the Pantheon. Put the Pantheon in the bag, bro. Call it a day. It's not necessarily the hardest engage, but early on, you have a point and click stun. You can try and set up for things, and now there's a chance, Melvin, High Chow can lock in something that takes full advantage of the priority and the playmaking you get from a Pantheon.
Good finishing point there with the point and click, because there is 2 for OMG between that and the polymorph from Lulu, which means LNG's dive threat of this Zehen and even the Kai'Sa gonna have quite an annoying time. So far though, no important knockbacks. I'm not calling Gnar ultimate a knockback that's going to be reliable against a Nico ultimate, as we have seen the Nico Nocturne pairing come up quite a lot. Thing is though, we've said it before, Croco needs one of 2 things: a comp counter pick or a carry. If he's not on either of them, I really hate LNG's odds, as the Aatrox had basically become invisible for the last part of the tournament thus far in the second stage, and it is just Croco kind of deciding, will he go for that compositional counter pick, or will he go for a carry? We get the Nocturne, who's kind of middle of both. It can be annoying, but it's mainly there to enable Nico to go for stupid plays where you can jump in. I don't love the Galio proactively, or reactively, sorry. Proactively, very good. But yes, I think that wherever Nymeria is, he's going to be a happy chappy, as Ahri was kind of the preeminent mage to come out in this game. I quite like what OMG have drafted right now. I feel like they've managed to pull it together in the second half.
High Chow does have a good track record with Ahri so far in this tournament, and if we want to start extending conversation for a High Chow redemption arc all the way even towards the tail end of LNG's esports 2025 season, it did start off with a Ahri pentakill from High Chow at the end of 2025 in Split 3, which, you know, was probably the most unexpected thing to happen, but it did happen, and it was kind of a high note for High Chow to be like, you know what, I can be quite clutch in team fights, I can turn things around, and on this champion in Demacia Cup, It's been a pretty stellar record so far. With things like the Pantheon, point and click stun, follow up with the charm, polymorph even as well. This is a composition that is designed to blow up one person in the first half of the game, and then it's enough to get that snowball rolling, and then you are just praying that this Yunara is going to carry you through, which, given that Starry has had the most player of the game so far in Demacia Cup and has been the star carry for OMG, I think it's definitely a good sign of things to come. But I will say, Melvin, on the other side, LNG, coordination is going to be key here, because if they can get the Paranoia in sync with Pop Blossom or Realm Warps flanking you from different sides, that is the way that you catch OMG off guard.
Listen, why not all three? That's the way I look at it. Why do one or the other? You can send in the Realm Warp while the Pop Blossom is going, turn out the lights, and suddenly everybody just gets exploded without having any idea where the Nico came from. There's a lot of potential. There's a reason that this champion has pretty much been running the support role since her big rework to let her turn into everything.
We've seen it happen.
Not
on Demacia Cup
support.
But
yeah, she's been
Melvin,
banned most of the time here.
Yeah. A fun highlight for you to go back and check out is, I want to say, lower final split 3 between Top Esports and Anyone's Legend, where Cream and... oh my gosh, I'm forgetting the support that played for Top Esports at the time. The name is escaping me. He was, Hong. I think it was them that coordinated a Realm Warp with the Pop Blossom right on top of it. Quite a cinematic angle there. No. What's happening? Wait, hang on. Our producer is screaming in despair right now. I cannot read this, but I'm assuming...
I see BP, that's ban pick, and I see LNG. We'll get you a full translation and keep you posted, but for the moment, we're just praying that this isn't the full-blown pause.
Guys, how do I... I'm going to screenshot this, and then I'm going to put it in text comms.
All right, we'll get you a translate and keep you up to date any second with what's going on. For now, we're going to hope that it's not worst case scenario. Maybe they have to redo the draft, something like that. Everybody seemed pretty happy. There was no weird picks, I wouldn't say, coming out. Everybody was, you know, on relative comfort, I would say. It's only game 2 of Fearless. I think...
update from producer.
Got it.
Oh, okay. So I guess apparently both top laner and jungler from LNG couldn't swap in time, and it was not their intended champion. So they did not intend to have Zehen jungle and Nocturne top lane.
It's not that one's a bit worse. I would say the Nocturne top is a fair bit worse than the Zehen jungle. The mana pool on that champion doesn't really facilitate being in the top lane role. So
yeah, they kind of nuked Lane Nocturne a while ago, and that on that day, I believe Vedius was very sad.
Yeah, not a great
top
time.
lane Nocturne. He was spamming mid lane Nocturne.
I lost to Vedius Nocturne in solo queue at one point. He was duo queued with Medic, and I picked, I think, Warwick top lane because I thought I was going to be against Vedius, and then he lane swapped with his mid laner and had me lane as Warwick with double combat sums into Azir, which was the worst experience I've ever had in solo queue.
In a short lane too? Oh my god.
Terrible having to play. No, that was worse. It was a long lane against Azir, so I was just
in top
running.
lane.
Yeah, I was just running after him as Warwick just getting chipped constantly. There was nothing to be done about it. Awful time. Never gonna forget that one. As
that actually does sound pretty terrifying if you ever commit on a long press Q to follow him, and then he dashes all the way back into his tower, and then you're just like, I've gone too far.
It did not work. It did not work. The one time I went for anything, I believe it was Medic on Rel just jump over the wall next to me as I've committed to a long queue, and I'm like, oh, all right. Yeah.
Well, when did this happen, Melvin? How long ago?
Honestly, I think it must have been 4 years ago at this point.
Melvin, this is now your time to send a message for Vedius and Medic to explain and maybe give some closure to your feelings about how they destroyed your solo queue game and cost you LP.
Listen, all I'm saying is I see a Nocturne in a solo lane and I call the bluff. and I go, I'm going to pick Warwick of Double Combat Suns. We're going to have a terrible time up here in top lane. It's just going to be right-clicking to death. And I get denied. I believe it was Ignite Exhaust. I was that terrible of a person that game. Yeah, I know. I was truly griefing everything to be able to win this lane. And, you know, some people say actions have consequences. Some people like me last game, but I think they're wrong. I think that that's not true. Sometimes you should just be allowed to play Double Combat Sums Warwick. And, you know, when you're an autofill jungler, let a man, you know, have fun. Don't lane swap with your Azir. Don't send an Azir top lane. That's never worked for anybody. We've never seen any Xiaohu win playing mid lane champions top lane. It's never done anything. So don't do that to people. It's not very ethical.
Melvin advocating for poor decisions to not be punished. You heard it here first on LPL
That's why I love High
English. I think you and Cubby are in opposite schools of thought on that one.
Quite.
But the growth has been there, and we've done a great job and at least stalling enough so that we get to the next graphic. Now, last time we saw this screen, it was here for quite some time as well, so we're going to find out how much longer before we do see beautiful Summoner's Rift in all of its winter and holiday glory. Oh, I see the stinger. Yeah, all right, let's do it, y'all. Game 2 between LNG and OMG starts right now. Let's hit Summoner's Rift.
Fantastic. Last game, complete fire. Not just in the sense of it was good, but it was a complete firestorm. OMG got their front to back draft and they were able to play it out well. Haichao had a lot of astounding flicks on the Talia. LNG put up a decent fight coming back with Bulldog on his Syndra, getting focused out in a lot of the games, a lot through the game, and whenever he did get a chance to play, it did make it into an incredibly tense fight. This time, OMG, I would say, have a bit harder to execute. They don't have that beefy frontliner all the time. Harry on this Snar is going to need to be the difference maker when it comes to keeping the Nico off of the front line and trying to exert that side lane pressure. You have the Pantheon in pocket, but there's also a Nocturne, so I think probably expecting relatively low action in the mid lane. Either side lane, though, it's going to be junglers doing what they can to exert as much pressure as possible. As Sheer, I think he was just looking to try and get a trade off there. I was going to be very surprised if we got the level 1 Zehen proxy.
That would have been quite terrifying, especially with Juhan starting on the top side of the map. And he's playing a jungler that can get in your face as early as level 2 if he goes for the Common Spear and then the point-and-click stun off of that W. But thankfully for his sake, that's not going to happen. Shifting attention to the bottom lane, and where a majority of our surprise was in the draft, was this Lulu Slam by Moham. I did some research, Melvin. I dug into the archives, aka gol.gg, shout out to them. And I'm going to keep it a buck. His Lulu all-time record is not that stellar. In fact, it was a 0% win rate of 1 game last season, but it was a 100% win rate of 3 games during his time on DK, or D plus Kia, back in 2024. So we'll see how well it can thrive in this particular game, setting up Starry for success and giving a lot more tools. But you do say that Moham, much more known for those engaged champions. Well, why not just get Moham to flash Wild Growth himself for an AoE knockup? You know, let's get crazy. Let's get...
That's always an angle. It's always something you can do, but I think LNG's going to cover that first half, where they're going to be going straight into this backline, which is going to make Starry and Haichao's life difficult. Luckily, they are on 2 pretty mobile carries with a Lulu in pocket and a Pantheon to try and deny some of that, but there's only so much you can do when Croco is flying at you from the darkness on Nocturne, and a Nico is lurking in Fog of War with a Kai'Sa shortly to follow. So it's going to be, I would say, quite hard to execute from OMG this game. So it's going to be a real... hold on.
Harry is going to hop over Sheer, ensuring that if Sheer wanted to go for the kill, it would have to be a flash-for-flash trade. Sheer deciding not to because he's got a minion wave to tend to. Juhan does manage to pick up the first crab on the bottom side of the map, sending Croco to contest for the top 1 instead. And other than a little bit of that very close top lane trading, it has been a quiet game so far here on Summoner's Rift.
Quite, and I think I want to finish off with a bit of that Croco talk, because this has been the most instrumental player to LNG's success with this roster. Full stop. It has been all about the Croco show. How many aggressive plays can he get off? How much of a lead can he get? And that comes off of the back of having lanes with priority. Mid lane, it's going a bit back and forth right now. It's very much a bit of an ebb and flow between the two majors. I think it's going to be pretty dependent on who picks up that Lost Chapter, and Ryze could generally have an easier time clearing the wave until Ahri hits some, I believe it's Lost Chapter Dark Seal breakpoints, as, ooh, nice little stat coming up on the main screen. We have Haichao being 3-0 on Ahri, and in the matchup they played last time around, Haichao was really significant on the Ahri. Like, what's so funny? What's so funny?
No, just my producer making a very silly pun with Heidi Chow, which, if you are familiar with Hot Pot, Heidi Lao is a common hot pot chain. And, well, he's definitely been cooking on the Ahri, so I get what my producer was going for there. You definitely know who is producing, aka Rare Adam, whenever you see a lot more Stinger, or what are these, lower third tech stats flying up, as he tends to do it a lot more often than the other producers, which sometimes they're very funny, and other times they just kind of hit you like visual whiplash. I'm like, what? There's definitely been some moments where I'm like, we need to get your production license revoked there, Rare Adam. But it's okay. We have a good time here on the
I feel quite happy with this man in my driver's seat, because I love stupid puns. I just didn't get that one because I did not have the context, but I am now eagerly staring at the scoreboard waiting for more as the game goes on. Sorry, buddy, you've set a precedent now. As, speaking of precedent, we have Juhan once again, deja vu. We've had clears both sides. This time, Croco actually comes over to test the dragon and see what's happening in the area. It looks like maybe lurking towards mid lane, but this is a pre-6 Nocturne, missing. Coming in, not in sync with a minion wave, though, as I see red pings immediately. Haichao, no fool to be had here.
I don't know what Missing was expecting there. The minion wave is already meeting a neutral state, and suddenly, a ranged minion has made its way to the middle of the lane with no other
my
friends.
Lucky day.
Wow, that's extra gold. That's kind of awesome. Well, not the most convincing minion cosplay
Stealth
there.
check failed, buddy. Stealth check failed.
Listen, if I'm playing Among Us and I see that, I'm slamming the emergency button immediately. It's like, hold up. Meanwhile, Croco has hit level 6. Juhan not quite level 6 yet for the Grand Starfall, but unlike Nocturne, Pantheon does not need to be level 6 to be able to get down and dirty with a lot of his spells, as he has a lot of playmaking tools available.
We haven't really seen any of it. Juhan, while being the facilitator for the team, has really just been power farming. Just try to stay on pace with Croco on this Pantheon. And as far as global ultimates, typically, Nocturne is a hard counter, because you turn on, or better said, turn off the lights, you turn on the paranoia, and then it becomes impossible to follow where they're going. But the thing is, Nocturne Q is visible throughout that. So if Juhan is ready, looking in the right places, using those F keys to find the general area of his teammates, you can throw down a Pantheon ult while the Nocturne ult is active to match and land. Not at the same time, but only about a second later, which at that point, Croco's gone in, he's committed his cooldowns, he's used Spell Shield, Pantheon lands, can stun him, and really just turn off any play that Croco goes for. As we do see, is just Croco lingering a bit on this top side, taking the blue buff. I'm curious if he's going to force a play, as Juhan, instead of clearing full down to Grump, is pathing back up towards these grubs. Nocturne, with the passive, absolutely cuts these things up. So I think he is going to try and maybe fish for a steal. We do have the potential for an Ahri roam from mid. No ward from Juhan, though. I don't think he's going to flush the wall to contest, but he's positioning like it.
Grand Starfall, he's looking top lane first, and he's going to force Croco to say, do you want to ult now and try to answer to your top lane? 1xN already using the cleanse and the killer instinct. Here comes Croco, but 1xN's already out of the fight. He's already used his ultimate, but he's forced to flash away because Bulldog comes in with the Realm Warp, and Missing trying to get in range. Flash from Bulldog, looks for the Rune Prison, sets it up on the Juhan. He goes in for one more stun. It's still first blood. Juhan goes down
Haichao's approaching
and ensures that OMG take first strike. Hai Chao has now arrived to the party, and Spirit Rush is available.
Good charm.
Finds the charm right on top of Bulldog. He knows that there's no flash available. Missing finally gets Pop Blossom, but all three members flashed away from the knockup. Hai Chao picks up the Fate of Warfare for OMG, and boy, oh boy, it's another OMG snowball.
5 Dark Seal stacks at 9 minutes. Feet of Warfare for OMG. Very, very happy of how that one played out. And we were expecting it to be Nocturne goes, then Pantheon follows, but Juhan saying, alright, I see with my red trinket that grubs have been leashed. Make Croco make that decision. Goes in top lane, and early flashes away, and it just... LNG, I think they overcommit at this point. As soon as you've gone this far, Croco in particular is a bit too far forward against the Pantheon, able to stay alive just a bit longer, having Moham in the pocket and Hai Chao. While he's slow on the rotate because of the Rise ultimate, he does hit every spell. It's beautiful stuff, dodging away from missing. Nice flash out from the OMG bot lane to not get picked up. Moham does get collected, so it's not all bad for 1xN, who was the recipient of both of those kills. But at the end of the day, it's Kraken Slayer on the Yanara already. It's going to be really difficult to put Starry down in this early game from this point onwards.
Melvin, I just have to say, there's something low-key sexy that Starry and Moham both flash on the same frame away from the Pop Blossom. That is synergy already being built up here in Demacia Cup. This is a good sign for OMG's synergy going forward into 2026. And LNG, their first major attempt with all their ultimate tools, goes completely awry. And now they're down about 2,000 gold, which is still not the end of the world, but it's a great start for, oh my god.
100%. And Starry and Moham were part of the OMG roster that have been together for the longest time. Harry has been there too, ever since, funnily enough, playing with Croco over on AL a few years back, then getting moved over to OMG mid-split. And it has been these three as really the core since that, I think it's about midway through 2024. Again, my history is not first-hand, it is from research only, but since then, give or take, we've had all three of these players together. And you can see it, the synergy from this bottom lane. It is the real shining star has been Starry for OMG, but it has been with Moham, who have really started to build momentum in these games that we've seen at the tournament so far. If these two get a winning matchup, which has typically been off of a Moham engage champion rather than the range pick, they've kind of just been able to walk the game down from there, as we see such aggressive play, forcing some of this deep vision, finding Croco on his Krugs as a minion wave. Will Missing be fished out here? All right, he's not gonna do it. He's not gonna, you know, commit for the bit.
So far, Missing is convincing me that he would get immediately voted out in a game of Among Us right now. That brother would not be doing well in social deception games so far. But,
yeah, he's definitely venting. That is true. It's not looking great as Croco pathing away from his bot side, but Juhan is right here. I think possibly... Okay, he's just taken the Raptors. I was waiting to see if he was maybe trying to grab Bulldog with an ultimate in River on the way back down, but no play to be had as LNG trying to force something, because last game, it was really about the big team fights. That's where the action came from. We have a Rise, we have an Ahri, we have a Zehen, we have a Gnar, we have two global ultimates. This is a side lane game as Harry, you know, he's Gnaring out. Just chuck him towards the wall. Bear miss on that one.
I'm angry. I missed.
With the amount of rotation tools available for both of these teams, it's going to be about getting a lead on these solo laners. As
Sheer tags him. Croco turns out the lights, and 1xN doesn't even need to commit the killer instinct. He just walks up and says, "Thank you very much for the donation." LNG recognize that, hey, we need to get our Kaisa online as fast as possible, and they spoon feed their AD carry.
Wow, okay. I mean, it makes sense. You want to give as much gold. We've seen 1xN for the past few games pretty much be placed on utility carries, whether it be the Poke Varus or other such champions. But I think that when we get him on a hyper carry, it's going to be a really fun matchup between these two AD carries who have definitely got the mechanical chops to make a lot happen. As with the tower race, it does go in the favor of LNG. If we take a look up at the feats of warfare, that means now it is 2 objectives to secure it. And with both the Rift Herald and the Dragon spawning at the same time, a lot of global abilities. I'm curious to see if we're going to have both teams standing at one and then jumping to the other, or if perhaps it's going to be a case of both teams pick a side and whoever finishes it first then tries to rain down hellfire from above on the other side.
Yeah. OMG did pick up the feat of strength in the fight. It's a miscall on my part, my bad. But this does put even further emphasis on getting that objective feat to secure the overall feats of warfare, as you called out so far. 50 seconds on the next dragon spawn. But around the same time, Rift Herald will also be hitting Summoner's Rift here, Melvin. So both teams are going to have to take extra caution and extra care in deciding what objectives to play for and how to set up for them. Because remember, for LNG, their setup is very tedious, but also requires a lot of coordination. And I don't want to say it is kind of binary for OMG to expect, but they know that, hey, once we start isolating ourselves, we have to expect that if we're on top of vision, lights are going to get turned out. We have to take extra care on where stray minions are coming from, or if there's suddenly a ward that starts moving around. These are the things that OMG have to be wary of in approaching for these objectives.
You've now got me thinking, because one of the main counterplays to Nico is the tab button. Because when you have the scoreboard, if Nico is, for example, right now a minion mid lane, and you press tab, Nico's little portrait would be lit up. But when the lights go out, I'm not 100% if Nico would actually be lit up if she's on an ally's screen. Because normally, when you're playing in a comp game against a Nico, you have one person who's the designated, I just keep spam pressing tab whenever we don't have Nico on the minimap to see where she is. Is she imitating someone? And when it comes to a team fight, I think that the vision would get cut off in such a way that unless you actively see the imposter, missing can go for a solid play, as Kroko is just approaching, but Juhan has been favored on the smite fights all game so far. Oh, he takes it this time!
But Kroko wins it, and now they're going to turn off the lights. See if they want to look for an engage follow-up afterwards. LNG are going to play it cool, not blow any more ultimate tools, since there is still another objective to play for, and if LNG can best OMG in this dragon, they would win feats of warfare.
Not gonna lie, that's a bit of a tilter. It's a Pantheon. I know that was a caster curse, I do, but there was really no right for Juhan to lose that smite. I think that was definitely a oops my B from the OMG side. Thing is about Pantheon, with the execute damage on his Q, it is really difficult to win one of those fights. So I'll give full credit to Kroko for landing the smite at the correct time, but I will say that was a Juhan misplay. You really shouldn't be losing those ones, especially after such a good precedent. He won every smite fight with much less powerful equipment on the Wukong Q last game, so maybe that's a change in the tempos. Harry chasing down his opposite number. We know that there's no paranoia to play around right now, so it's really going to be how much pressure can these solo laners of OMG exert when that paranoia is down, and will they be able to time it correctly? The Hexplate first item already picked up for Kroko. Really going to be an important cooldown to keep an eye on, because if Kroko doesn't commit for one of those plays, you now have a window where you can look with the Pantheon to do something on the side, and we see that respect paid from LNG solo laners right now. Basically sitting in fog of war for the foreseeable.
And for LNG, their patience is rewarded because Kroko's ultimate is just about to come off cooldown again. And it is now rank 2, hitting level 11. So he's got a little bit of extra range to be able to join the fight if it is ever OMG initiating. Rift Herald going to be crashed into the mid tier 1. Actually, trying to look for a potential angle onto a knock-up for Starry. The tier 1 turret is critically low, but does not go down yet, despite LNG's best efforts to siege it. And the rest of OMG starting to shift their attention towards the top side of the map. Still very aware that Kroko could pull the trigger with this ultimate.
Absolutely, that's something that you need to keep an eye on, especially now with that Atacam being the next important objective. Well, the next objective, which makes it doubly important, with both it being Atakan, who is, you know, leaving us soon. Half bless up, half, you know, sad to see, but, you know, sad to see because we'll get less of these objective fights that turn into absolute anarchy, but something that is really important to talk about with it being on the top side, and the fact that LNG dedicated so many members to get that First Blood Tower top. In all theory, this should be an LNG favored fight around the Atacon. As we take a look down at the items, we have 2 items completed for both of the ADCs. First items across the board elsewhere. I don't know how close to finishing off these items. We have probably Haichao is closer to getting that Cosmic Drive second than Bulldog. We might possibly see a completion into that Medjai's beforehand, as we do get Haichao being collapsed on.
Croco flashing forward to guarantee the feather tier right on top of Haichao's Ahri. And even though the snowball did begin with OMG's mid laner, those Dark Seal stacks are going to crash down back to 0. The stonks have fallen. Juhan tries to flash towards the left side. Harry comes in with a teleport, slams Croco into the wall. Can they turn the fight now? Missing has already used the Pop Blossom and he's flashing away, and Bulldog is on the wrong side of the fight. Gets run down by Starry's Yunara as he transcends. And the rest of LNG are going to take their leave. Maybe seeing if they can look for a quick pick on the Moham. One tries to blow him up. Wild Growth used. Gets a knockup, but Moham is still dead. The Grim Deliverance right on top. Starry's in trouble. Starry's dead. Juhan goes down. LNG win the fight.
Oh my lord. Just a complete extension with no vision in this area. It was a really fast rotate from OMG to join the fight initially. As we take a look, it was just another caster curse. I'm sorry, Haichao. I'll take the blame for this one, brother, because, yeah, Croco just goes on top of them, and there's really not much to be done when the flash gets traded. Missing comes around to secure the kill, and this didn't look great from Juhan, but he does last for a lot longer than expected off of the back of that great Pantheon E to start off the fight, with Harry coming in for the save, and Starry mega committing to kill Bulldog. But the problem is, LNG are pretty good. They're no slouches. They immediately took a safe position to go for a pick play, and going on to Moham here, it's just cinema. This is just so beautiful to watch. And while you get 1 in return on the enemy ADC, it's still a lot of gold getting injected into both of these sides. And now, with the Atacon up, Dragon spawning in 44, will teams say, actually, we don't necessarily want to take the Atacon fight because it's a bit too heavy of a flip. If we lose Atacon and Feats, that might just be the game done and dusted from there. It looks like, with just top laners around, Moham was scattering some vision, but it seems to be the Dragon that these teams are going to want to play for. As missing, he's just having a nice little Nico time. He's just a little guy.
He is just a little guy. Just trying to see if he can be a rat and find an angle. Harry threatening the top tower on the top side.
Starry's
Meanwhile, Sheer Grim Deliverance traded for the Gnar from Harry, and Moham and Starry are there to transport Harry out of harm's way, as Croco was looking for a Paranoia. Ocean Dragon has spawned here, Melvin. It's the 3rd one of the game, and the winner of this dragon would secure the Feat of Warfare for the 2nd game of the series. But the rest of OMG are saying, maybe just continue corralling around the top side. They do not have easy access to get over to the Ocean Dragon. The fear from LNG saying that if we commit to the Ocean Dragon, we just completely cede control of the Atacon. And the fact that it's pulling LNG over, I'm curious if this is worth for the taking.
At the end of the day, you always have Croco who can dive in for a potential steal, blue trinket up. You can never deny Croco getting in, but they are doing a really good job of OMG of shepherding this Atacon and keeping as much vision control. I don't think you want it to come down to a flip, as Haichao finds Sheer on the teleport in, but he is very
but Haichao's completely zoned out now. 4k
nice
HP.
mega.
They have to let the Atacon reset. OMG.
Oh, wow.
Let the objective leash back to full. Harry is about to wind down on the Mega Gnar form. That just might be the time for Croco to pull the trigger. Teleport's coming in! Is that Haichao? No! Haichao! Oh, no!
That's not it, Captain.
After all this time, Haichao?
That's not it.
He mutters with, oh my god!
That's one that hurts the soul.
After all this time, Melvin, LNG Haichao shows up in full, and Atacon is secured for LNG. I need a moment. Melvin, you're gonna have to play the next fight.
That's disappointing right there. I think that he, because he started the teleport. Was it before the lights went out? He must have, because you can't teleport when the lights are out. So I suppose that was just the almighty worst possible timing from Haichao. I don't remember now. I'm so aghast right now. I'm in Minecraft. I'm in the Nether. I am a full gassed watching this play, as this is just going to be LNG picking up the Archon, the Feats, an Ocean Dragon. Could not be better for them. Truly could not be better for them. As now, it's going to be the case of OMG to pull it together. At the end of the day, they lost a lot of objectives. They lost a lot on the map there. What can they do in return? Because the longer this game goes, the more it comes down to positioning.
Okay, Krako pops the paranoia, trying to dash right on top of Starry and Moham. Juhan trying to find
missing!
way out, but missing over the wall with the Pop Blossom. So awesome, it just wrecks OMG's chances of getting out alive. Moham, the sole survivor, but he has to walk away limping and sad that his jungler and AD carry are limping corpses now. Tier 1 turret might be sieged by Hai Chao, but it is just a consolation prize at the massacre that just happened on the top side of the map.
I almost don't want to mention the fact, but yeah, if Hai Chao had TP to join that fight there, it becomes a lot more doable. But it is what it is. As now we just have a bit of solo lane combat. Hai Chao does hit a pretty nasty charm, not going to lie, but not much to come from it. Is a mini Narn, not really got the ability to chase down. As the game is, I'm not going to say gone, but it is slipping out of OMG's hands, who were pretty much dictating the pace of the early game. Now missing, getting a lot of these really... That was just a beautiful flash over the wall to pick up all three in the Bot Blossom. Really incredible stuff. And the rotation tools advantage with the Rise ultimate and the Nocturne is paying dividends for LNG. Only having the Ahri ultimate does mean if you want to try and cut that distance and close the gap quicker, you're going to be burning some of your effective DPS in these fights. Actually picking up the Banshee's Veil component with that Verdant Barrier. Harry being forced on, though.
Oh, man. He tries to hop over them, but the Pop Blossom clips him mid-air. He goes in the Mega Gnar form, still has the ultimate to try and see if he can punt them away, but he is not getting out anytime soon. Hai Chao continuing to split push on the opposite side of the map. Baron has spawned. Rest of OMG taking up control in the mid and top lane of the field. This tier 1 turret will fall to OMG. They get a little bit of gold back in their pockets. And credit to them for not losing momentum and keeping a sound, cool head. I know that a lot of things have gone wrong for the OMG squad. And LNG are favored in this game. But OMG still have a chance to strike back. But I have to say, Melvin, a lot of the things for LNG are starting to come up big, with 1xN hitting 3 items, making his way towards a 4th very soon.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that's going to be a Rabadons or the Zhonya's. I would say both good choices, depending on how confident you're feeling. But if you go for the Zhonya's, it makes OMG's chances of pulling this one back really difficult, because then you have to full layer the CC of the Pantheon and the Lulu onto Kai'Sa, which means it's not going onto the Zhen, which means that Xia can kind of go crazy in these fights, as he does pick up the tier 3 shoes now. The real repercussions of losing these feats. The thing about the tier 3 boots is they're alright in a team fight, but these resistance ones are massive for being a side laner, because you could just go in, take a trade against your opposite number, have all of Harry's damage get eaten up by the shoe while you get to deal some damage to him, and then you walk away, wait 4 seconds, do it again. It's so constricting to try and play a 1-3-1 comp against a lost feats of warfare, and that's not to mention the fact that there is a Nocturne Rise hunting you wherever you go. So, yeah, to make a long story short, OMG need to force something, but don't ask me what, because I don't know what they can find.
It's super difficult, Melvin, for OMG, because if they can find windows to be proactive, that is when it's a lot easier to counterplay a lot of the tools that LNG want to use in sync with each other, responding or setting up an aggressive attack on a side laner. But you can only do that confidently when you're ahead, when you have the snowball on your side. And that very first fight of the game that we saw on the top side of the map, I thought OMG were going to take that snowball and start pushing the lead further and further, but they kind of fizzled out with the advantage, and LNG ever since have been slowly climbing their way back,
this Baron
where now they have full
shredded.
control. This Baron is...
It's gone.
Drop it!
It's gone.
They're going to turn out the lights as well. There's no way Hai Chao maybe thought about just throwing an orb over the wall, seeing if he could steal it. Pure chance, pure luck, not going to happen. Baron secured for LNG, and now OMG really starting to run out of opportunities to get back.
This AP Kai'Sa nearly at the Rabadons, got so much damage in the pocket. truly insane amount of DPS if 1xn is allowed to free hit. And the W's are coming out. That is, yeah, non-negligible amount of the health bar. So you can't even play a slow fight because you get poked out.
They're jumping on the Harry, or not Harry, I should say Sheer on the Zahen. Forced to use the Grim Deliverance as an escape tool.
Mega.
OMG do push them out, but 1xn is still healthy. He's still throwing out these Void Seekers. Bulldog starting to occupy attention on the left side and putting pressure and stepping up. Starry pops the ultimate just to continue holding this choke point. Juhan trying to burn down this dragon as fast as possible. 1xn into the back line. Pop Blossom right on top. Starry's forced to flash over the wall, but 1xn falls with the flash of his own. Commits to the assassination, and 1xn is flying by the seat of his pants, destroying every last one of OMG's squad. Kroko will run down Harry on the left side. This game is cooked. LNG are winning this one surely.
In a single team fight, we see a game that was even and OMG's favor falter. In a second team fight, we see LNG take that advantage and turn it into a Nexus. This is not the same story as the first time around where we saw OMG and LNG have a very close game one. This was very slowly and then all at once to LNG.
Once again, I am hit by the camera freeze. Pretty sure that was the moment of dread before seeing Haichao TP into his imminent doom. Just gonna go ahead and reset my camera there real quick. What's up, y'all? Welcome back to LPL English, where only bangers are thriving here on your screen. We're tied 1-1 between OMG and LNG now, and for OMG fans, they are praying that this does not turn into a gentleman's sweep from the side of LNG, because it would pretty much replicate how the previous series against LNG went in stage 2 when they were fighting for first place. I would hope that we can go the distance on this one. I just want to see a game 5 between these two teams, because there's a lot that both of these teams are playing for, not just for the pride of winning Demacia Cup, but it's all about setting the tone for 2026 on the right foot. And they have both done such a great job of running the gauntlet through stage 1, escaping stage 2 in a group that had teams with the likes of BLG, JDG, and Weibo, and somehow these two both made it out instead of Weibo and BLG.
Oh, don't show me the clips, man.
They don't. Oh, we are.
It looks so good, Haichao.
TP. Like, it started off so good for Haichao. He had 5 stacks on the Dark Seal. I was ready to see OMG just start attacking side lanes here and there, but it just kind of went too passive, and then they lost momentum, and LNG were given a free window back into the game.
You know, I'm gonna give full credit to LNG for picking up on, obviously, that teleport misplay. Whoopsie daisy, all that stuff was not great from Haichao, but this was LNG punishing OMG's oversteps. This was LNG finding positions to lurk for those extra kills and really accelerate 1xn. Giving him the Kai'Sa this game was so important. They fed him kills in the top lane play. They get somebody very low, they leave him on 1 HP, 1xn, whoop, get that last hit. And you could see the value of that when we got to this mid-game, where it was just the Kai'Sa Ws were absolutely devastating, taking away almost half of Moam's HP without even completing the passive. It just became really, not unplayable, but it felt more playable than it was. Because as soon as 1xn was allowed to free hit, you were just dead. It was truly, he completes the passive and you're dead. But you had tools, you know, that there was Pantheon W, there was Lulu W, but they just never got to go onto him because you were just pop blossomed into infinity.
I think LNG recognized how much grace they were being given by OMG and just pivoting to accelerating as much gold and resources into 1xn as fast as possible. Obviously, he did not get player of the game, missing with the Pop Blossoms, found critical moments to really capitalize and punish off of the engages set by the rest of LNG. But I think if you look at the damage charts again, once again, it's 1xn who, especially in that last fight for around the Dragon Pit, 1xn just saying, I have death cap at this point, I'm going all in. and I'm eliminating the backline by myself. But that is game 2 wrapped up in the books, y'all. We are tied 1-1 between LNG and OMG. It is anyone's series at this point, and with momentum on their side, LNG look hopeful. We'll see if OMG can stop it in their tracks and look for match point after. But we'll see you on the other side for game 3. Welcome back, beautiful people. If you're like me, who is still going through the trauma of watching Haichao TP into 5 people in full-on paranoia darkness, well, I just want to offer, well, I don't have a hotline, and I'm not offering my DMs because I need consoling as well, but just know that you're not alone. We are all going through this suffering together, and hopefully for OMG, the suffering is going to come to an end and just brush it off as a one-time, like, oopsie, you know, happens, game 2. Oh, get that off my screen! Get that off my screen! No! Oh my God.
An image can speak for 1,000 words.
You know, it's so beautiful. At the same time, Melvin, I'm so glad you got to witness this. I'm sorry you had to, but you have to understand that up until this moment, Haichao was performing well above expectations, and I'm truly hoping for his sake and OMG's sake that this is just, you know, a blip and it's just a haha for funny moment, but this was legitimately the type of plays that you would expect from Haichao on the LNG squad this past year, which is why Cubby had so many crash outs. Why I had a crash out now, because it just felt like he was back. LNG Haichao logged in for a brief second, gave one over, and it was just so bizarre. But the beautiful thing about Fearless Draft and beautiful thing about series is that you can write those sins away. You can wash those mistakes and just move on and see if game 3 is a completely different story.
Yeah, so I think we've definitely talked enough about game 2, which was very much just OMG were winning, then that, and then LNG won the game. Like, to make a long story short, that's all you need to know about game 2. Game 1, a lot more back and forth. OMG managed to take that one off the back of some really solid team fighting. Starry got a very, very good lead in that first game, and it was off of Haichao landing some amazing Talia Ws to kind of put LNG in the dirt a little bit. Bulldog on his signature Syndra was having a really rough game, all things considered. They had impact in fights, but Moham on the Leona and Juhan on the Wukong was just doing so much to make his life difficult to play these fights. And so, we come into draft, game 3. LNG probably still going to ban Kiana, haunts them to this day right now. Croco not had a great time when he was playing it, been beaten by less than teams of repute on it, and also just they don't want to see it. This is not something that's going to be coming out in the draft, and if LNG do let through, maybe we get to go to game 5 because OMG can take that one away. I'm not saying Juhan is amazing Kiana, but at the end of the day, it does seem to be the kryptonite of LNG, and it kind of hampers them in this pick ban. I'm curious to see which side OMG is going to choose to take. It looks like they've picked blue, which means what? Kiana actually banned away by OMG themselves. They're giving gift over. They're truly in the holiday season.
Wow. I wonder if this just kind of thins out the pool of other bands that they could have gone for. Maybe Kiana's just not a priority for them, and this opens up something else that LNG are forced to ban, but I'm not sure what it would be at this point because I'm having trouble recalling all the other bands. Like, I mean, okay. Oriana's, yeah. So obviously they would love to get Rumble for Sheer, but Misfortune, would it really be the pick? This makes more sense. So one of the cool things about Harry and Sheer contrasting each other, not just from this series, but the previous series as well. Sheer sometimes seems to have a better laning phase, but Harry on some champions, especially this Mbessa, starts to really be an undeniable threat that 1xN and Bulldog are scrambling to deal with. Now, there are times when Harry is a little solo bolo in by himself into the backline and he has no help, but if he is supported by the rest of OMG, then this Mbessa really becomes a big threat.
I mean, in the blind pick game we had between these two teams to break their last series, Harry was playing the Mbessa and generally did have quite a good game. Quiet lane phase, like you said, Sheer got the better end of that side of it, but in these team fights, it was Harry finding those picks that kind of swayed it back into OMG's favor, as we do see that MF that has kind of been lingering in the background. The identity of these two ADCs, the MF works for both because she just wins lane. And so far, The bot lane that has been winning the lane has had the major defining factor on the game so far. And so it's kind of awkward for OMG because with the Varus gone, you can't really try and beat her in a poke-out war. However, this Jarvan that we talked a bit about in the last game, potentially a Jarvan Galio angle right here. Haichao, we did see pilot the Galio in that game 3. Bit of a mixed game. He was against Bulldog Syndra, but that is gone. Don't know what exactly we could see, but right now, if you don't pair a Galio with Jarvan and Bessa, I don't know if you're getting a better dive Galio angle.
Oh, I'm not sure if I'm a fan. Listen.
If he picks Jhin for Starry, I'm going out. I'm leaving.
OMG are showing a lot of faith in Haichao and saying, you know what, game 2, whatever, it happens, brother. Let's move on and let's see how well you can do. And wow, look at this Bulldog going for a Ziggs counter pick into Azir. Now, normally, Melvin, the cool thing and evolution about Ziggs, especially in the LPL, is that mostly it's been used as a bot lane pick. But ever since, shout out to APA, recognizing that Ziggs pretty damn good into Azir, and then the rest of the world, especially in the LCK, started taking notice. I think Showmaker was one of the early adopters as well of Ziggs into Azir, and now Bulldog showing that he's also put in some time into the Yordle Bomb specialist.
And so, as we take a look at the second set of bans now, comes down to which jungler and support will LNG be looking to pick up, and on the other side, OMG fishing for just their entire bot lane. So yeah, I think it is the wise decision from OMG to focus their bans on jungle, otherwise this pool is going to get very pinched by the time it comes around to Moham getting something. I don't honestly like the Brom ban here. It's obviously very good into specifically the Misfortune for blocking the ultimate, but I think OMG have pretty much committed to diving at this point. We don't have Nico, we don't have Leona. Rel is still on the table. Yeah, Rel is still on the table. That is an option, as we do get the Aphelios banned away. I'll be honest, I hate both of LNG's second rotation bans. I think your team doesn't care that much about Brom, like the MF would be annoyed by it, but they really shouldn't care about Aphelios. Like, Ziggs MF should space them to oblivion, so yeah, I think OMG... That's kind of nasty. That actually hits the middle ground. I was going to be really annoyed. Yeah, I love it. I think OMG have dropped that.
Yo, and this is such a great pivot into what LNG flashed as their
Croco could play Silas
4
jungle.
pick.
I could see that. That cooks. That cooks. The team is, it's got a decent damage spread. If he flicks this over to Silas jungle, I think that my opinion changes on a dime, but Neferi, it's not the same. Aatrox, it's not the same. Nope. All right.
Okay, so let's step back forward a bit, because LNG flashed the Alistar early, recognizing, as you called out, Rel is still one of the engaged supports that is available, and something that Moham would probably wanted to have gone for. That is countered by the Alistar, but that OMG seeing, hey guys, what if we just, instead of sending the Jarvan or the Ambassador to engage first, let's fire an arrow, let's fire an encore, see if that connects, and then it's a lot easier for the follow-up of the top laner and the jungler to get on in and get that party continuing. So now LNG, their last pick is an Aatrox jungle, which I'm kind of with you, Melvin. I'm not sure if I'm really a believer in it. We saw a lot of Aatrox jungle priority at the beginning of Demacia Cup, since it was one of the top laners that got a lot of buffs in the jungle.
Yep.
And here's the reality about Aatrox jungle. You're able to get out of laning phase and not have to go through it and get to your 1 item, 2 item spikes fairly easily, because you can just path around threats and just you're asking a lot of your team to be okay with not having jungle presence around, or in like a super proactive manner. That being said, it's hard to get through Ashe Seraphine, Azir. Yeah, you can dash out of Cataclysm.
If I see this game, I want the Aatrox to be flanking in a team fight. But the problem is, you're the jungler. So normally you're posturing in front of the objective, and you can't be the one flanking. Renekton gonna have a bit harder of a time. His dash on a lot longer cooldown is a lot more essential for him going in. Doesn't have that speed accelerant on the ultimate. So I think I quite heavily favour OMG's game when it comes to how they will approach this. But, you know, let's take us on to the Rift and see how it goes.
Series is tied 1-1, and we've got some banger picks. It's time to hit Summoner's Rift for Game 3, as already Harry is getting a quick slice and dice blows against Shear's Croc.
All right, so in this top lane, we expect a lot of back and forth trading with the Ambessa and the Renekton. Shear has been getting the better in the lane phases thus far when these two have matched up, but Harry generally gets a lot of his value when it comes to these team fights. Didn't have it so much on the Gnar last game, but also kind of didn't get many of the opportunities, so it's a bit hard to say. This time around, though, you're against double a mobile carry as Ambessa. I think that Harry should be absolutely cooking if he doesn't get, well, kind of blown up by the Crocodile in lane phase. So now, we kind of just have to think, how are these junglers going to impact the game? Because Croco's ganks kind of require you to have a bit more CC, and, you know, Ambessa's got a lot of dashes.
Yeah, it's quite a slippery champion to try and lock down, and your only method of actually stopping Harry in his place on this Ambessa is point and click stun from Renekton, which is pretty hard if you're not committing a flash or a slice and dice to get on top, or Missing has to nail the combo, right? Because everything else is a bit conditional of her running over Ziggs bombs or a satchel or the minefield. I'm a little nervous for LNG later the game goes on, but I think the one benefit of the doubt here, Melvin, is that in terms of topside lane push, you have pretty strong lanes to start out. Juhan, though, has cleared out 2 camps and is going for a red buff steal.
I love this, knowing that Croco has really, really prioritized as a jungler getting as much farm as possible. Taking the Raptors path, where you start Raptors and then basically loop through, do the whole jungle, so when you finish, you have a second Raptor spawn to take. Juhan, I didn't actually catch... I think, yeah, okay, he might have seen that it was started because of High Chow's ward. I don't know if they noticed which way Croco went, though. I think this is just a hard read. Going over, taking away 2 camps. Croco has no reason to expect this, so unless Juhan shows top lane, which, nope, he's not going to do...
he's thinking about it, though. Shear is at 50% HP. Depending on what Shear uses for his empowered ability, he uses the Ruthless Predator, gets some decent healing, but Harry's going to go in and commit and try to bait him in. Shear, can you flash the flag and drag? Yes, he does, but Juhan's going to follow up, and that is first blood for OMG.
And it's perfect timing, because Croco just realizes the jig is up. He has nothing left to take. It's a level 3 Aatrox. Level 4 is when this champion really likes to fight. So when it comes to this crab contest, it's going to be a bit awkward for him. Croco now going to have to figure out which crab to go to, where he'll get his blue buff on said path, as now Juhan kind of sitting pretty, getting the better number on his former teammate. Both of these two players, these junglers, were on DRX at the same time. Very different styles, and near the end of the season, we saw Croco ended up getting most of the playtime, but it's a bit of a statement start out from Juhan. Also taking the correct crab, winning the, I don't know if it's a coin flip, I'm going to call it a read again, knowing when the Raptors are up, as we have High Chow coming back into mid. A lot more skirmish potential from the Azir early than the Ziggs, but it looks like still going to be enough to zone him away. He's not going to overcommit, just going to take the base.
Definitely could have taken Croco on a 1v1, but unfortunately for him, Bulldog has the first push on the wave. And as our producer pointed out, one of the things that gave Juhan the indication and the go-ahead to make that play happen on the top side was Croco, after going for Raptors, he stole the Raptors of Juhan, since it is one of the easiest camps for you to take as Aatrox jungle. So it was an opportunity for OMG to say, hey, you know what? We have pushing Ashe and Seraphine and, you know, Hawkshot, a fantastic utility tool, one of jungler's best friends to ever exist if your AD carry decides to lock in Ashe for yourself, because you just get guaranteed vision on all these camps. And ever since the way that Riot changed how camp vision timers work in this game, as long as you get vision of the camp timer, or the camp itself, whether it's been taken or not, you know when they're going to come up next. So this next full rotation is actually hard information that OMG have for themselves. And now Juhan trying to coordinate to see if he can back up Starry and Moham on this bottom lane push, ensuring that they have a clean chance to reset. Probably not a chance to go for this dragon after. That would be quite risky.
Yeah, but we do have level 6s starting to tick over. And when it comes to level 6s, there's bullet time, but I still think that OMG have a lot to play with here. The pick potential from Ashe Seraphine is disgusting. If they tag you with any ability, you're probably going to have to flash away or you're dead to rights. And until Missing gets that ultimate, the ability to shrug off one instance of CC, it's kind of OMG's tempo to dictate right now, as they do keep the bot lane in bot lane for both sides, actually. Normally we would have seen a lane swap by either side at this point up to top, but keeping down there, looking for that dragon priority. Once Juhan hits 6 and once Boham hits 6, expect some wombo combo as, oh, is he overstepped a bit here? No, zones out, he's safe. Good.
I tensed up a little bit.
I was scared. I was scared.
Yep. I think we were both clinching for Moham's case, but thankfully Starry was close enough that he could always threaten Missing that if he ever commits for that headbutt, that would be a one-way trip, or at least one where he would have to burn flash on his way out. That's a nice thing about tangling with an Ashe. As soon as you're in the fight, you start slowing people with those auto attacks. Dragon has spawned, but neither team has really made a committed effort for the objective. Sheer gets engaged on. Harry already using the public execution and now trying to space out the remainder of the Dominus from Sheer's Renekton. It's going to be a trade.
Flash commit from
Missing
Missing.
forward. Darkin Blade right on top of it. Mega Inferno Bomb. That's a lot of damage from LNG. And OMG are forced to run. Haichao trying to see if he can follow up for any chip damage on the Bulldog, but the fight is pretty much won for LNG, and the first dragon is awarded to Croco.
I do not know how OMG were posturing around that objective, but for Missing to get an angle like that and just immediately one-shot Starry, basically the only loss condition that was available. So gotta give full credit over to LNG to find something like that, because, yeah, I was really excited to see this pickup with Starry on the Ashe as Haichao commits, gets the sweep.
Oh! Emperor's Divide through the satchel charge, and Haichao flashing away from the bouncing bomb as well. Well played by Haichao.
Ziggs may be a good answer into the Azir, but if you're in a mobile mage, the shuffle always exists. Oh, it's Croco just barely tagged with the Q and the pullback. All right, Starry. That was greedy to not flash. No. I was giving full credit to LNG, but I think that was on Starry to realize he had overstepped and commit to the flash there. Big misplay is going to lose the dragon and the kill, as we do have a contest for Grubs. Croco does a lot more damage to these camps than Juhan does, so it's not easy, especially with Missing on the flank to support his jungler.
Missing knows that Juhan is in that bush, so he's going to say, get the hell out of here. This is my jungle right now. 2 grubs have been secured for LNG. 1 more remains to be taken. Juhan does have smite, but can't get in there. The arrow lands right on top of Missing, and he doesn't have the ultimate to cleanse the either. Missing is forced to run,
Next kill is
and
Feet
Croco's
from
going to get tagged here. Remember, no flash on this Aatrox, and the World Ender is used only briefly. Feet of Warfare is secured, or Feet of Strength should be secured for OMG. First the 3 kills there, and the final grub is taken by Juhan.
Very good contest from OMG. You do lose the grub. Oh my god, wait, hold on.
Wow, 1xN, but pops the bullet time just far enough that Starry and Moham cannot continue through that, as well as the turret ramping shots, so 1xN walks out barely.
Very happy of that if you're OMG, though. It gives you the opportunity to do what you want. You blow both of the Misfortune Summoners, and there is a Jarvan in the game. I would like to not say it too loudly, because I don't want to scare any 1xN fans, but there is a Jarvan in the game and an Azir. So I'm sweating if I'm LNG when it comes to playing for the next objective fight, because you currently have 2 carries without flash, and that was kind of why I was favouring the OMG comp. I mean, if Starry doesn't misstep and gets to play a fight properly like that, Ashe gives him the opportunity to pump out a lot of DPS, which is what we want him to be able to do. But with this agency to also start the fight, I mean, finding Missing at pretty much the safest point to kill an Alistar in the game, level 5 half HP, you're not getting a better pick than that one.
Juhan is the first one on the map with a completed item. Sundered Sky for the Jarvan. Just enables you to be one of the most deceptively tanky skirmishers in the game, being able to flag and drag, get enough ability haste to just cause this disruption, heal off of those Sundered Sky procs, the shield on top of it. You are not killing this Jarvan super easily unless he's isolated or he's done a critical error on his part We've got second dragon of the game coming up, Melvin, in about 1 minute and 45-second time. Rift Herald still not going to be up for another 4.5 minutes. Croco thinking about maybe hovering this bottom side of the map, but he has spotted a Juhan.
Croco, if Croco wasn't there, I do think that Bulldog was getting full sended on in that instance. So, I'm going to say, lucky, safe. Bulldog didn't take a dangerous roam because his jungler was in the pocket, but as he mentioned, with this dragon spawning soon as well, it will be the feats of objective side for LNG if they secure the dragon. So, it's kind of all the marbles right now, because if you want to play the tower taking game, I want to direct everybody to the fact that there's a Ziggs. While the plates haven't exactly been shipped down in really any lane, it's kind of difficult to rush down a tower when there's a Ziggs on the enemy side, because if you ever do find an opportunity to hit a tower and Ziggs can just teleport to the other side of the map or roam to wherever, he'll just blast that thing down way before you have the chance. So this is a really big fight for OMG. They want to try and deny these feats, as we do have Croco roaming up to top. Harry is quite pushed forward.
Juhan just started committing onto a Gromp. Now he's going to be called. Harry using the public execution to try and dash his way out of it. He flashes over the Darken Blade.
Wait a minute!
And Juhan comes in for the big dunk. Cataclysm already used. Mega Inferno Bomb sidestepped. And Croco is not going to have enough damage to win this fight against Juhan. It's a double kill for OMG's jungler. 5 kills total. 21,000, 19,000. It's another OMG snowball.
1xN is crying seeing the amount of money in this Jarvan's pocket. There is a Cataclysm with his name on it. Yeah, just really solid play from Harry on the top side. I was not looking at the minimap, not gonna lie, so when he went for the ult into Croco, I was like, nice, he could just go down the river and flash over the wall. And then when he does this one right here, where he dashes forward again, really solid flash away from Croco's main damage, setting up for his jungler. The Ziggs so far away, that bomb is able to be walked away from. I honestly thought we were going to see Juhan just gift this kill over to Haichao, but not taking the risk with Croco getting over the wall. Flash in pocket, maybe could have got out of range, not going to risk anything.
Yeah, just give him a good old stab in the back on the way out. Secure that one. Having a lot of money on Jarvan is never a feels bad moment, because even if you're not a 1v9 machine, you have a lot of ability haste now building towards what I imagine is going to be a Black Cleaver, and that's just a lot of flag and drags. That's a lot of HP in your pool as well. You're just harder to deal with for any of LNG's backliners who are behind the curve compared to the Jarvan, but the overload from LNG ensures that they're going to try and secure first brick before OMG gets the one on the bottom side of the map.
The arrow is coming out. This is looking to tag with the Seraphine ult in pocket. Oh, what? It cancels the bullet time as well?
Wow.
Harry's already dead, though.
Harry goes down. Moham survives. Is able to walk out. Ember survived onto Croco. Juhan looks for the flag and drag. Misses the knock-up. Dunk for an extra bit of damage. Croco is going to be able to survive this one. A lot of extra damage onto the mid lane turret for some plates and extra gold, but turret brick is secured for LNG. And once again, Melvin, all of the focus and the efforts come down to the objective feat for Feats of Warfare.
With the Rift Herald spawning in a minute, let's do a little rundown of how the state of the game is looking, because I would be very surprised if this is not a full send team fight from both sides. Taking a look at the flashes, Harry, Juhan, Moham, all without flash for the OMG side. Everybody except for Sheer, though, on LNG has it in pocket. Presumably, this is exactly what we all imagine it to be, of Harry tries to clear the wave and gets immediately killed.
Harry thought that he was going to be able to 1v3 under the tower with the arrow coming in through and Moham behind him, but just didn't account for missing to also be there and set up the easy CC chain to guarantee all the burst. So Harry's Mbessa does fall a bit short of the mark there. I'm curious if Juhan will have enough time to farm up his camps and maybe look for a Black Cleaver spike just before this Rift Herald. That would be huge. You can see that he's trying to call for his team to stall as much time as possible. I don't know if this is going to be enough gold off of these Raptor camps.
Even if he doesn't go for the base, the important part is he's got big smite now. So Juhan does have smite advantage. I don't think Crab is up for Croco to take, so there is no way for him to get past that 900 smite range. This is a Juhan favored smite, but the objective is started by LNG. They have full prio and no Harry with them.
4k HP on the Rift Herald. Juhan gets vision
The
of
eyes
it.
open.
It's going to be closed. The eyes open. Go in.
No, he whiffed!
He was early! It was 12:05. Croco secures it. Ember survive. Pushes him back into the wall. Pull of time. Forces him away. Harry's into the back line. Kills the Croc. But Haichao keeping his distance. Missing. Trying to find another combo for the knockup. But Croco flashes over the Cataclysm and takes out Mohawk.
Oh, Starry.
What extend. A live by Starry. He's 1v2ing. He's space gliding on them. That's the power of the Ash right there. Juhan trying to continue the fight. Croco trying to go crazy with the World Ender, but it's already run out of time. And OMG, they don't get the Herald, but they win the fight.
We see the MVPs of both teams, Croco and Starry, pumping out maximum value on either side of that fight. But it goes in Starry's favor, picking up both of the enemy main carries and securing 2 towers after the fact. Juhan, oh, it's a travesty. He knows he has smite advantage, but he's afraid of getting Renekton stunned and pushed out. And it doesn't matter in the end. Big Encore comes in, and Harry finds the astounding pickup to finish off Sheer before he can get out the back of the pit. And it just... Look at this river! Look, it's just everybody going into complete chaos while Croco picks up kills. But Starry preemptively went around the wall, realizing all the people that really scare him are fighting over there. And Ziggs is off to the side. Ziggs, you do not intimidate me if we're in this close of a range. Walks him down, 1xz comes over the wall, and then gets picked up in second. Great stuff.
My favorite part of that fight is as Starry realizes that he can win the 1v1 against Bulldog and starts pelting him with arrows. 1xn flashes over the wall, and Starry just goes, oh, hello. Another free kill. Don't mind if I do.
A second kill if I must, I suppose. As Starry is happy with 2 on-hit gliding items in the inventory right now. I wouldn't honestly hate if he went for something like the Hexplate later on, because chucking out these Ash ults to start off the fight is going to be so important, and just having the ability to close the gap and not get left behind by his team. But we do now have feats secured for LNG's pocket, so they're not too sad, but the gold lead is something that is going to be a bit problematic. If we take a look down at the scoreboard, every single member of OMG has a gold lead, and it's quite a big one in the top lane. It's going to be really difficult for Sheer to get stuff done. It's not a sizable one for the ADCs, but if the itemization, it's a lot.
Holy, Croco's forced to use the ultimate just for the movement speed because he was getting obliterated by Harry slicing through him.
And Dragon's
That's
up.
Medarda
Like,
house right there.
what's he supposed to do? Croco just can't approach this objective now. I mean, yeah, he may be favoured in the smites. Juhan had the first game, but Croco has so far had game 2 and 3 on lock. But the number one way to deny a smite, and as a jungler, this is advice to all of our viewers, is just don't let the enemy jungler in the pit. Don't make your jungler do the smite flip. They may be able to do it, but, you know, why take the odds? 0% chance of a steal? I guess like 1% because there's a Ziggs ult that could happen. But if you're losing it to Ziggs ult with no jungler and no other pressure nearby, then you know what, Juhan? Might be washed, brother.
That was a bit of a travesty. LNG gonna ignore the dragon and just go for a quick charge into the mid lane. It doesn't take out the tier 1 turret completely, but doesn't need that much to befell it. Probably a blow of the wind. Oh yeah, too. Nice. Nice.
Damn, the wind is really strong.
Juhan starting to rob some camps real quick. Croco saying, hey, those are my wolves. And Juhan saying, sorry, buddy, that belongs to me now. As OMG have full control of this bottom side jungle, 4,000 gold ahead. This Jarvan, once again, folks, it is very strong. Still, one of the few champions that has 2 items in the game at this state. And no one from LNG would even dare to try and fight this guy in a 1v1. And even in a team fight scenario, Bulldog and 1xn have to be extremely careful about stepping too far forward, especially if their flashes are down.
It's weird to call LNG's comp a poke comp. But when you have the Ziggs, and I wouldn't call the MF a poke champion by nature, but she kind of plays a bit like one where you really do want to be at maximum range and only go in for that bullet time angle in a team fight, which it's kind of like playing a poke comp, but particularly around the Ziggs, when you fall behind against so many good mega long range engage tools, like literally all 5 of OMG's members can engage on you from a screen away. I think that not only does Bulldog have to play in a bullet hell this game, but it is just It's so difficult for this comp to position around an objective and not get jumped. You need to go for plays like this where you force it first before they can posture.
Missing does cleanse the ultimate from Starry.
No
1xN gets in range, but the encore stalls for time, and Juhan comes in and gives 1xN a good old smack on the head. Starry ending up in the middle of all of them and goes down anyway. Can Juhan carry through the fight? He gets blown up by Bulldog on the way out. Harry and Haichao trying to do what they can to carry through the momentum of this fight. Moham already used the encore and trying to use his heals to keep Harry and Haichao topped off on HP. And so far, LNG, it did not look pretty the way the fight started out, but the pick on the Starry and shutting down Juhan was crucial to the end of the fight.
But with both ADCs dead, I don't think the Atakan will be looked at. It was just crazy. Watch Croco's health bar as this fight goes on. It was a nice flank from Missing to get the play. He doesn't actually choose to opt into the flash here. And I think Moham hits kind of the GOAT ult here to make sure that it's not just bullet time into done and dusted. But watch Croco. Look at this. What is happening? It's disgusting. This is just the ult-empowered Sundered Sky. Okay, she'll get jumped on.
Shear's
no flash.
in trouble, flashing away, and Emperor's Divide from Haichao says, "Where are you going, buddy?" That Croc has been turned into boots and a belt, and Croco is running towards the top side of the map, knowing that the Otacon is getting burned down as he walks.
Croco's going to get in range in time, does have the flash and the dash. It's going to be close. Oh, he takes the
I don't know. He takes a long way around 2k HP. It's gone.
Yeah.
Little too late for LNG's jungler to get involved. Otacon secured by OMG. Gold lead still at a 4,000. Hasn't really accelerated for OMG ever since that play in the mid lane. But LNG starting to lose out on these objectives is not a place where you want to be.
Yeah, the gold lead looks decent at the moment. You don't hate Jarvan being that far ahead. But the bigger problem now is with these extra stats, this extra XP. And the fact now, whenever you take a fight and it goes even, OMG are winning because they're building up those extra Atakan stacks off of the passive now that they have, building up more and more flowers as the game goes on. So, yeah, I wouldn't say LNG are in a very positive spot. We had a promising play from Missing to kick off the last fight. We need to see a lot more of them and a lot quicker because, as far as scaling goes, Renekton.
And let me tell you, folks, Aatrox jungle doesn't scale better than Aatrox top lane. You do not get access to nearly the same economy and resources as a side laner. So this 2-item spike, this is the strongest point that Aatrox jungle is going to get, because afterwards, the only time you're getting more items than the rest of your teammates is if suddenly you say, you know what, you guys suck, I'm taking every wave now. And I don't think that's happening when you have champions like Ziggs and Misfortune.
Nope. And the only silver lining as we approach this fight is both the Ziggs and the Misfortune do have flash in pocket to approach this objective to try and dodge away from some of the nonsense that is going to be thrown at them. But with the dragon up in 9, I'm a bit scared. That's one of the tools down. One, count them one. Where's the second one? Who's going to be the second ultimate to throw out? Harry is going to dive in. It's not looking good.
LNG is less scared now that an arrow is gone, but they still have to be wary about an encore coming their way. It still means that LNG do not want to be necessarily the first ones in unless Missing can find a pocket of vision where he can flank, but OMG, careful enough, are starting to ward off any of their left side flanks. They know that Missing is now deep into the red side quadrant jungle. OMG trying to pull the dragon to the right side.
There is an Alistair Smite steal.
He has Hex Flash as well, so he can get into the pit. Croco is the first one there, but he's going to have to immediately dash out. But public execution right on top! Croco! Oh my god! LNG's jungler no. Deep. Juhan almost losing this dragon to a Bulldog Mega Infernal Bomb steal, but Clutch Smite secures their third dragon of the game.
Wait, Harry's TPing in for a flank.
Cloud Soul. Bulldog might be cut off here. Harry is looking to cut off the rest of the members of LNG. 1xN now caught by this Imbecile. No public execution, but he's got enough damage. Encore onto all three from Moham!
Oh, it's
and
beautiful.
that's curtains for the LNG backliner. Shear's gonna be the next one to fall. Missing. Can't do anything but just watch his teammates fall one after another. The arrow lands true. This Yordle is getting turned into mincemeat, and OMG can look to the Baron after.
Haichao finds a way to die in the end of that one by face checking into the Bulldog combo. So, you know, it could have been worse, but yeah, no, it's pretty damn bad. LNG not looking at this game promising. No, we're not doing this. Do not let him in. This champion has a really good spike secure.
Harry's gonna get over the wall. Missing and Juhan are also joining the party. They're gonna hold the Baron for now, but Moham's like, guys, I cannot take this Baron. I'm gonna have to let it reset. Kroko pops the World Ender. Missing flashes away from the Flag of Drag. And you know what? Given what was just about to transpire, LNG are happy that the Baron has been stopped.
And it was Kroko going in, and Mbessa ultimate is called Public Execution, and I cannot think of a more iconic example of that than this. Just completely nuked out in the back of the Dragon Pit. And it's a pretty solid chase down from the OMG team. Harry, I'm going to say, absolutely goated with the TP, by the way, to flank everybody. And the Encore goes peak in the middle. Starry also, then at the tail end of this, does hit a really nice ultimate onto what should have been the completely dead with no repercussion Ziggs. But, listen, Haichao, I've been talking great about you all this tournament so far. What the hell is this, man? He dies here, and that is why they can't take Baron. If Azir is alive, he could just stand behind the pit and zone. Like, there's been worse deaths by Haichao this series, but that, it really did just kind of cut the momentum on what should have been the game-ending play.
Hell, he could have aided in shredding the Baron a lot faster. If an Azir with 3 items at that stage of the game, that Baron is gone before Kroko even gets close to threatening with the Smite Steal. They're going to try to do the Baron dance once more. Unbeknownst to LNG, it has been stopped. Just trying to clean out vision control on the top side of the map. Make sure that it is completely dark in terms of vision for LNG before they even try and think about an approach. Cloud Soul is coming up in the next 2 minutes and 20 seconds here, Melvin. So OMG probably have another minute and some change to do this Baron dance, to look for any summoner spells, to burn any big tools before they think about changing priorities over to the bottom side of the map again.
I mean, when you have the Ashe ultimate, you can kind of just throw it out there, and if it hits, it might, you know, result in a kill, but bare minimum, you could scare off the LNG team and make them want to burn flashes and this kind of thing just to stay away from it. 1xn's cleanse is not up. If a CC lands, he should be dead to rights, as now we have just that very standard jungle posturing. Juhan, yeah, he's got GA. He couldn't die if he wanted to right now, as him showing bot side has given LNG the confidence that Baron isn't being taken. But, haha, that was a lie, as Moham is now the one zoning behind the pit. But again, Kroko can steal this. Don't let him in.
5,000 HP. They're stopping it for now. Harry's trying to tank up the damage to see if they don't have to leash it now. Kroko's in. Bullet time. Burns it down. No way. Kroko steals the Baron. Kroko will go down a hero. Sheer tries to flash over the wall and secure as many Baron buffs as possible. He ends up dying. OMG are 5-3 on the map, but LNG deny the Baron away from Oh My God.
Nah, that's sauce. They get the objective bounty onto the Baron. As long as you don't lose the game off of this, that might be a game-saving play from the LNG team. And I say team because while Kroko went in, it was a full commit. The ultimate from 1xn, Sheer went in as well. It was really good. Like, it's not often you see 2 people dead and everybody alive on the other team and you go, yeah, great play, actually.
And they're going to be up in time to contest for Cloud Soul as well, so it's not like they lose any grounds on being able to fight at this next objective. And just great coordination and a great call by LNG.
And it's such a close bluff call, because if you have 1 second extra, Moham can look for the Encore to pick up 1xn, and suddenly you lose 3, and then Ziggs Alistair can't stand under tower safe. But it was just such an egregious call-out by LNG to say, all right, fine, this is ours now. And OMG, no way we're expecting that. Not for 1 second were they ready for that to happen. As now we get the posture around the final potential dragon of the game. We have Baron buff. Oh my god, an Ashe just got thrown out as the vision cut away. What are we doing, observers?
Back to the fight! Okay. I guess they knew that the fight was going to fizzle out.
Bulldog
Missing
had to flash
still,
it. Bulldog had
trying
to
to
flash
navigate through a pocket of vision where he is not spotted. Missing finally spotted by Harry, cutting off the flank route. Missing is still going to commit to the play, see if he can get it unbeknownst to OMG. But they have a control ward on the other side of the bush, so they'll know he is spotted. on the left side. OMG, do they fight through the front? Do they back up? What is the call here? Juhan caught up by Kroko. Harry's into the back line, looking for Bulldog with the public execution. Haichao follows up. Flash Emperor's to 5.
Big sweep.
The Yordle's gone, and he goes golden with the Zonias. LNG lose both of their backliners. Doesn't matter if Haichao goes down. Kroko will not survive and end anyone's world today. OMG win the fight, and they don't give a damn about the dragon. They're going to end the game.
Redemption for the mid laner with that pickup on both the carries with the Azir ultimate, but Harry with a complete barnstormer of a game on the Ambessa. So many essential public executions, just dismantled the LNG comp. At the start of that play, Starry chucks out the ultimate, forces Bulldog's flash, and OMG knew exactly what they had to do to play out the comp and win the game. Really nicely done. Some very scary moments, but OMG take game 2, or game 3, 2-1 in the series.
And now, oh my god, are at match point in this quarterfinal. 1 game dub away from securing a spot in semifinals. I want to call upon Rare Adam, producer, to show us the bracket graphic once more, because I want to see who OMG's opponent would be if they were to win the next game. IG. And I'm not going to lie here, Melvin. IG do not have their full strength roster. Renard's been playing instead of Rookie. It's been Jway instead of Mako. OMG have, if they are able to close out this series, OMG have a real shot at playing through IG and going all the way to finals in Demacia Cup. What a story that would be if OMG can carry this momentum forward and now go into IG and be favored for that semifinal.
I have been humbled on this day after talking big on Haichao. I will not do the same for OMG and count my chickens before the eggs hatch.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I love this OMG roster. I've loved getting to watch them play this tournament, LNG as well, but there's just been something so fun about seeing how these two teams clash against each other, and I would say that we're looking at non-zero chances to get to that game 5, because while OMG, I think, pulled out a pretty colossal draft gap this game, I think that it's going to be difficult for them to do it again, because a lot of the signature champions for both of these teams are now gone, but I think that the pockets on the champion pools for LNG are a little bit deeper. And what we need to remember is going into a game 4 of a Fearless, that's the last one Fearless, and then we get Blind Pick after that. So yep. I think LNG, while this game is going to be bad for the mental, I think a play like that around Baron that buys you a bit more time, that makes you see that, yeah, we definitely are a cohesive team. LNG were not giving up at any point in that game. They were not giving an opportunity. If OMG made a mistake, which didn't happen a lot throughout the second half of this game, then LNG were ready to snap on it. So I'm not calling it over yet.
Fair enough. And you know what? LNG are the type of opponents that you cannot underestimate at any point in this series. The fact that being down, I think it was 5,000, maybe close to 7,000 gold when this Baron flip happens. The gall to understand, guys, we have limited windows. We have limited options. We should just go for this, because if we lose it, we're still in the same spot. But if we win it, it's a bit more breathing room and maybe a second chance at winning the next fight. Unfortunately for LNG, of course, this fight is a clean sweep, a clean house from OMG's side, as I think for the first 20 minutes of the game, it's Juhan, but it's Harry for the second half in finding so many critical public executions and being our player of the game. I mean, we said it at the beginning of draft. When this Ambessa was first picked for OMG, we knew that Harry is deserving of a priority like that, and he delivers and puts OMG now at match point in this quarterfinal. So hold on to your butts, people. When we come back after this break, it's OMG taking on LNG 2-1. OMG at match point. gamers? Welcome back. We have got OMG on match point 2-1 against LNG. One more dub, and they are in the semifinals officially, and will get a chance to match against IG, who are waiting for them in that semifinal bracket stage. We still have one more quarterfinal after the conclusion of this series, and who knows, maybe LNG can bring us to a full Game 5 where we will get a blind pick Game 5 scenario, something that we haven't seen since, like, OGN 2013 days, and then we really get to see cinema at its peak. So, part of me wants to see LNG push us to Game 5, but the other part is very content with how the OMG timeline has been progressing in this series. 100%. And for them, it would be insane for them to get revenge after LNG got the best of them in Stage 2.
Absolutely. I think if OMG are able to close this out in 4, then that is a massive statement. I would say, obviously, you know, winning an extra game over LNG is nice, but I think with this roster, with really the exception of, you know, like Juhan and Moham, a lot of these players haven't had a chance to really show themselves up proper and have that depth of champion pool. And even then for Moham, I was kind of, well, I think we were both shocked when the Seraphine came out. It's something that, checking his game of Legends, he's played a handful of times, like no more than 4. And it was such a great call for this draft. I mean, pairing up with Harry's and Bessa, like, we can speak so much high work of how well OMG played that Game 3. The question is, do they have the champions to pull together a comp that, remember, when we set this series up, OMG is the team that likes to play front to back, they like to play around Starry, and they have a bit less flexibility in how they go about a game. And we saw from LNG the breaths that they took to try and get back into that game, pulling their head out from the water to steal away the surprise Baron. LNG's got that flexibility. I'm favouring them in this draft without seeing any champions, just because I think that they have a lot more levers they can pull if they can find a way to make it cohesive.
And I think that's the one true advantage that LNG has been able to demonstrate against OMG, whether it's in this series or the previous series, that when LNG's backs are against the wall, they're not afraid to go for the bold and the crazy to give you that game-winning play, and even times willing to risk the entire game onto it. When you think back to Game 3 blind pick in the...
Where is she? She's not banned! I don't see her banned, LNG. LNG have been banning this woman.
Tingling, guys. OMG, are you going to realize that Kiana is available for the taking if it is not banned? They still... I mean, I have to imagine that the gamble is give over Rumble or give over Kiana, but they should know. They should know.
Who's taking it? Somebody's taking it, surely. You can't ban Kiana in all the games to this point and then just ignore her completely. And this is a thing that LNG... So, to give you a bit of history, everybody, in this tournament thus far, we have had LNG's history of Kiana being they lose to Up with Kiana in the only game they play, and then because of internet failures, they technically win that series. Then... they ban Kiana against the streamer team in both games, and then they play it against WE, a team who did not make it as far as them, and then lost with their only game playing Kiana. And since then, if they think the enemy jungler plays Kiana, it has been banned by LNG in every game. So we are this deep into a Fearless now that we've said, alright, Croco, you're our carry, you're our GOAT, this is your time, you've got to prove it right now.
And I just want to quickly call out, Melvin, we were contemplating what tanks were available for the picking for Moham. We mentioned Rel. We completely forgot about Nautilus. But this is someone that can give you point-and-click, reliable, single-target lockdown on any one person. And even though it's probably going to be reserved for 1xN or Bulldog, depending on the carry they use, Kiana is a slippery champion, especially if she's spamming the grass cues to go invisible. If you channel the Death Charge before it goes through, you'll be able to find her. You'll be able to layer all of your damage on top of her as well. And with a Yorick lock-in for Harry, this gives you split push capability as well.
And I admire your resilience to not talk about the Yorick quicker, because this is not something that really plays into how we expect OMG to win a game. We expect them to play a team fight and win in a very standard front-to-back kind of manner, regardless of who's the actual carry. On the other side... Ah, yes. Thank you for the production clarification.
Yeah.
Did have Eric... So maybe it was just a chip on the shoulder the whole time. He did still lose with it when he played against the WE team, though. I don't think there was any hidden Aries in that instance, as we do get
Melvin
taken away. We have a
Jinx. It's Jinx for Starry. OMG on match point. This is the first big eggs in the basket being shown in OMG's composition so far. Obviously, the Yorick does introduce a new flavor to their overall win conditions, but whenever you have a Jinx, whenever you have a champion that relies on resets and being able to snowball the rest of the extended fight, I'm always asking for, where is reliable single target burst? Where is reliable just AoE damage that guarantees that first reset for Jinx? And right now, Nautilus provides the setup. Where's the damage going to be coming from?
You have AD top, you have AD bot. There is the potential for double AP mid jungle for OMG, which I don't love. It always makes Bulldog's life a lot easier, be able to get those Merc Treads and pretty much walk it through lane, as we do get a lot of the more mobile ADCs banned out now by OMG. The Vi already taken away. That Malphite was off the stage from the very beginning. I mean, it's kind of difficult because you have to really decide now, who are we giving counter pick to? You see who Juhan is playing against. It's the Qiyana jungle. I think if they flex it to mid, we're in crazy town right now. But at this point, do you just leave the jungle for last pick to try and pull the comp together? Or does Bulldog get that treatment from Haichao and have the counter pick saved for mid lane? It's truly just a choice.
It's so difficult, and I think they are waiting to see what Croco locks in jungle, because you might think about going for an additional tank or a frontliner for Juhan, but Trundle is still available, and that would be an instant Trundle slam for Croco if he sees the likes of a Sejuani, a Maokai, even something as crazy as like an Orange jungle for some reason coming to the Rift, since he also got some jungle buffs and can clear the jungle fairly easily. So Victor blind pick, the safest that Haichao can go for. LNG now starting to cycle through options of what do they give to 1xN that can escape the likes of a Jinx Nautilus setup. And Hui, long range poke to keep his distance from OMG's comp.
I want to just wait and see. We're expecting this to be mid lane for Bulldog. There's still the angle this could be in the bottom lane. Right now, this Qiyana likely to go to the jungle, but always could get chucked mid in a bit of a Hail Mary play, as it is probably going to be one of 1xN's top champions this Ezreal picked up as LNG's comp. It's a bit here and there. They have the poke from the mid and the bot lane, but then they have full send in the jungle support, so it can work. I'm not saying it's terrible, but it's not, I wouldn't say, the most cohesive thing we've ever seen. It's not a Kai'Sa that you've got chucked in there, as we do see Juhan pulling out the Skarner. I had this on the list of things that he was historically loved to play. Hasn't played it thus far in the tournament, but we finally see in a Game 4 of Fearless, the Juhan Skarner coming out. One of those champions that has kind of been the bane of everybody since he got reworked. He's in one of his more fair states of play that he has been in since then.
One more balanced, yes. Definitely so. Melvin, I'm just appreciate that you entertained me on the Trundle potential lock-in for jungle, even though Qiyana was locked in the beginning. And,
hey, listen, I didn't want to call you out.
No,
I
listen,
had your back.
you backed me up and said like, oh yeah, we could throw Hui to bot and Qiyana mid. And during that whole time, I'm just thinking, oh my god, what am I saying? Get me off the mic right now. But it's okay. You know what?
We have 50 champions to look at with all the fearless ones at the bottom here. It's very easily done.
Yep. Sometimes you forget, especially when it's almost 5 a.m. here in the snowy mountains of Utah. So, but production screaming in my ear. It's 7 a.m. over in the YYZ. So shout out and represent. Truly, I mean, hang on. Shout out to this team that's running the broadcast tonight, because we've got representation in the UK, we've got representation in Canada, and we got representation in the States. So, you know, 3 nations all coming together to broadcast the 4th. This is the LPL English, bringing the world together,
Cohesion.
one crazy banger game at a time.
God, you've made that really hard to segue into the game now. When it comes
Well, here we go.
Yeah, take it away.
OMG, match point has arrived for them. Can LNG flip the script and bring us to game 5? Or will this be OMG finally taking their revenge after losing to LNG in stage 2? Let's hit Summoner's Rift.
We have not seen these teams play anyone except for themselves in their most recent series. So now it is just about, will the nerves hold? Will either of these teams break under the pressure? And will Croco overcome this Qiyana curse? It's very interesting to see, as we do have Juhan's Juangle. Yep, that was hard to say. 8-3 record on the Skana. He loves this champion. He is a facilitator of a jungler by heart, and so far he has been getting the number up on his opposite. Croco the carry, very different type of style. These two players contested on the same roster back in that 2023 DRX, trying to define which style was superior. Will we get an answer in this series? Probably not, but we'll at least get to see which one of these junglers get to walk away with a smirk on their face.
And we have stressed that LNG's team, despite having very capable laners and individuals on this squad, and they've all stepped up a majority of this Demacia Cup tournament, this team does seem to live and die by Croco, and the fact that he has now gone to the Qiyana, a pick that LNG have avoided after stage 1 for so many games. They are really putting a lot of trust into Croco to become this super accelerated assassin, to be the one that is creating all the opportunities against OMG. And for Juhan, as you was able to paint the contrast there, if you can just farm up a Storm on this Skarner, you are going to be one of the most powerful frontliners in the game. And even though a Flash Impale might be a little too bold on someone slippery like the Qiyana or the Ezreal, if they're set up by the rest of your team, it's a lot easier. Flash Q into the crash down into Starry. Starry knows that he is not long for this world, and that is first blood going over to Croco here in game 4.
That is an incredible 3-camp clear, not even taking a buff and coming straight down to the bottom lane, but Juhan responding in kind to take away the blue. The thing about this Qiyana jungle, she has been one of the banes of the jungle for quite a while, because when she isn't playable, the champion sucks. She cannot take a camp. And right now, if she loses this blue, it's going to be pretty devastating. Does not get in range to steal it away, but Juhan is aware. Question is, will Shears Jax be able to come down and make a difference, or will Juhan get out scot-free?
I don't think Juhan's getting out, brother. Yep. Juhan secures the blue buff. At what cost? He had no prio in either of his lanes. Bulldog and Sheer were the first ones to collapse through. At least Juhan doesn't burn the flash for no reason whatsoever. He's secure, or he holds on to it, and now Croco is able to repay the favor and steal the red buff.
Very scary. There's one thing about this Qiyana is she doesn't clear camps very quickly, but if she can farm, and if she can farm champions, even better. This champion does snowball.
Hang on. But before we get further, Melvin, I keep hearing you say Qiyana doesn't clear camps that quickly. Listen, I know she got nerfed, but she still does pretty fairly well into these camps. I'm down to throw down a practice tool right now. Screw this game. I will show you that she still clears very fast. We must stop spreading misinformation. We must stop, because
Tell you what, I'll add an addendum. I hate this
Yes.
champion. So any Kiana slander I can do,
The
I'm happy
bias
with.
come through.
Yes.
Now we know the source of the misspreading information.
Yes, shocketh.
Bias
The
caster,
Ivan player hates a
XD.
jungler that builds Serpent's Fang and is a nuisance mobility queen. Yes, I do hate here. But
Listen, the hate is warranted because especially when as much as I love playing the champion, when I have to play against it and she just spams grass cues and there's no counterplay whatsoever other than sweeper and like AoE non-targeted CCE, I'm crying in the club. I'm just like,
right.
well,
I'm
can't-
I'm gonna have to say it now because we're going down this rabbit hole. We're here. I hate her to play as well because she has got the most obnoxious voice lines of any character, and I get that that's what the character's about. I get it, but good lord, every single voice line Kiana has just is infuriating. And so, congrats to the voice actress. You did a great job. The lines, they're very well delivered. I just hate it. I just hate this character. Oh, Harry, that's a sad no recall.
If there's any Kiana mains in the chat, you are stepping on eggshells right now, Melvin. Just be grateful that your address is not publicly found anywhere. I'm just kidding. We have now successfully gone 6 minutes into this game. LNG, first 2 kills have been awarded to them off the profit of not only a bot lane early gank from Kroko, but also the collapse onto Juhan. Nothing else has resulted so far. Dragon is still available for the taking. Neither team has really made any efforts to go for it.
Look at that. That's peak. This is character growth right there. Kroko does WE 3 KP in 34 right now. He's going for 3 KP in 6.
Kroko with the Ice Q does freeze Harry for a moment, but not enough damage off of the Rock Q to put Harry in critical conditions. And without the supreme display of talent, there was no chance of burning or forcing Harry to use the flash. We still got about 1 minute and 20 seconds before Grub spawn.
And I do want to give a bit of credence over to Sheer, who I feel like has been not hard done by us, but generally speaking, we haven't had a lot to talk about with Sheer this series. And I think this Jax counter pick into the Yorick is something that can really give him the ability to both play the team fights and also be a powerful side laner in of his own right. It's really difficult for Harry to force onto the Jax because if you put him in a box, he jumps out. If you try and walk up to hit him with your Q/grasp, he just blocks it. So it's a tough old game for Sheer to try and, for Harry to get a lot done into Sheer this time around. So I do expect and want to see what pressure Sheer can do outside of the lane phase. We know in lane phase he's been having Harry's number, but it's about after that what happens.
Only time will tell. And even though we know that Yorick can be a very potent split pushing threat, Jax is probably one of the oldest split pushing threats in the entire game since the existence of Jax itself when you think back to Season 3. And it's definitely an angle where Harry says, I cannot stay here. So Kroko, despite being spotted on the control ward, does enough to force Harry off the turret and give Sheer an additional turret plate or 2. And we got Grubs now on the table, and no champions from the side of OMG to really contest. Haichao taking a lot of damage, tries to flash away from the Severing Bolt. I'm not sure if he actually did or not, but Juhan is going to force a dive onto the bottom side of the map. Flash E into the Impale! No chance for 1xN to get out, but he is able to buffer the Arcane Shift into the flash and makes his way out of danger. And now Bulldog is looking for the collapse, knowing that Haichao cannot respond yet. Juhan forced to use the Ishtal Impact just to run away. The dive is not successful for OMG, because 1xN still lives anyway.
Massively favored for LNG because on the side as well, we have Kroko taking away the Grubs. This Kiana shouldn't be able to get away with this. You should be collapsing on them to do something. But nothing to be done. I just think that OMG pretty much misexecuted. Juhan went in for the play, and he did commit the flash E onto the Ezreal, which is what you need to do to catch the Ezreal, because otherwise he's just going to Arcane Shift flash out. But at the end of the day, Starry wasn't in range to hit. He's a Jinx with long sword in inventory, so the damage is not high. And I was kind of expecting LNG to be favored in this game. Was I expecting it to be this early and this decisive? No, not really. I mean, look at the gold leads. It's across the board. It's about a kill in basically every member's pocket, except for Croco, who's got an effective triple kill.
For Shearer in particular, it's just all through the pressure of Croco pushing Harry out of the lane, giving him additional gold through the turret plates early on. Harry now with the Maiden at his side, making this a unofficial 2v1. A little bit harder for Sheer to navigate, trying to absorb the minion wave and prevent it from fully crashing, but takes a little bit of damage from the Maiden as well. Croco pathing towards the top side of the map as Juhan is now making his way towards the bottom side of the map. Once again, neither team has taken this dragon yet, Melvin. It's just been sitting there, getting no love whatsoever, but Juhan might look to go for Bulldog instead, but a flash still on this way, and something like a Skarner is a little predictable, especially when you do not have flash available to make that impale happen.
Now, the last game on the Ziggs, Bulldog had a very rough time because there were a ton of tools to be able to jump on them from a screen away. Skarner is not that. Skarner necessitates getting a flank because, as we've seen basically every time these two have been on the screen together, any of Hui's E abilities kind of ruin Juhan's ability to close the gap whatsoever. If you get close, you get feared away. If you're hiding from a bush, she could shut the eye in to find you. And if you're getting kind of at a weird angle, well, that little sweep on either side is enough to pull you out of the Skarner E, and then it's all over, as we just get some trading bot lane, but it won't amount to much. It comes more so down to this dragon fight. Will we even see anything, or is it just going to be OMG forfeiting another one? It looks like they're not even going to take the fight, as, yeah, Starry does have Serrated Dirk in inventory. I play a little bit of ADC, but I can't say I've ever played or encountered Collector Jinx.
I've definitely seen it in some games before.
In books?
But listen, I always thought it was just like for fun. I didn't know if it was a serious build or not. So, but here's the state of the game. Here's the reality for OMG. They're behind the curve. And Haichao is not going to be providing burst anytime soon. And what we saw that was clearly lacking in the attempted pick from OMG onto 1xN in the dive was burst. So Starry is hoping that if he can just supply that himself, then the extra stats that you get from the reset will be able to offset the fact that you're not building any attack speed.
I mean,
right now.
It's fun to laugh about, but I do kind of want to put myself in the POV of Starry, and you look at the enemy team and you think, who do I get to stack my passive on? Who would I have had the chance to stack lethal tempo on? Jax is going to block my autos or jump on me and kill me. Kiana's never going to be in range until I'm dead. Hui's never going to be in range until I'm dead. Ezreal will get to hit each other in lane, then I won't see him ever again. So it's Rel. So I think it was maybe a thing of the way that LNG built their comp in response to Starry. He's gone, okay, maybe the Jinx is a bit of folly. I'm going to have to take something that's more drastic measures. Going for the PTA into first item collector, hoping to just try and supply any impact that way to pick up early kills in an attempt to cosplay as actual Jinx later on in the game. Thoughts?
Collector officially purchased. Well, here we go, Melvin.
Is it Starry Despair? Is that why this has happened? I think it could be a bit of both.
You know what? If this Super Mega Death Rocket ever connects onto someone that's like 25% HP, it's gonna hit. That thing just might kill him, even if it's just on.
He was on point with the Ash
Arrows
Arrows
early into the game.
You know, gotta give credit there. True. So, you know, we've got precedent that Starry hits these global ults. So, you know, let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes in the second half.
Yep. Can Starry find the line and land these cross-map ultimates, or hell, just line up the long-range shot to be a finisher on any of these low-health targets if there is an opportunity to get that first reset in the next fight, which Rift Herald spawning in the next minute could be an angle for a fight. Turret plates have dropped. Moham goes wide on the dredge line. He's maybe expecting 1xN to walk a little bit farther south. He did burn the Arcane Shift. Not sure if that's something that they can punish later on. And, well, yeah. Melvin, not going to lie. This Rift Herald fight, I don't know if it's one that OMG really want to take.
I do. They don't. They definitely don't want anything. Right now, I don't think they even want to take the red buff fight.
Holy moly, Juhan thought that he could just take the red buff in peace, force the flash away. Moham's gonna flash right on top of Kroko, and big collector wipeout. Juhan is the one that gets the shutdown bounty, but it's a reset for Starry, and it's a signal for LNG to get the hell out of there.
You know what, though, on the scale of caster curses, that wasn't one I was expected to work. Yeah. Juhan living on a sliver of HP and then coming back in to chain the CC back onto Kroko, who had flash and did not get out. You know, Starry got kill participation, so that's something. That is something.
If we gotta see a replay, yeah. I just want to see how fast Moham layers all of his crowd control tools together.
You would think it was me hitting this Kiana in the team fight, by the way, of how much hatred is expressed in a mere seconds towards one champion. Watch this here. Bop, bop, up in the air, into the wall, bomb, down. I love it. I love it. It was, you know, OMG finding the line. Honestly, that felt like the nameplates were flipped. That honestly felt like the kind of play we would have expected from LNG to make. From all the precedent I had from OMG, I really just expected Juhan to flash that wall, everybody out. But the full send from Moham as well does actually mean they get to walk away with something. The feats of warfare still on the table as this not stolen. That will be the feats of objectives passed over.
Thankfully,
so a fun name.
Yeah, thankfully for LNG, Kroko had the upgraded smite, 1200 versus Juhan, who still has about 4 jungle camps to stack up for the 1200 smite. Juhan looking for the initial engage, and Pale is a whiff, and now Juhan's in trouble, and good night. Yeah, that's the feat of strength going over to LNG Kroko with his second kill of the game.
I know that we wanted Haichao out of the kitchen. I think we want Juhan out of the kitchen. That's, yeah, not it. Not it, as it will be converted into the Rift Herald charging down mid. Losing mid tier 1 is devastating this early into the game against this much poke from LMG. And
another one?
I've seen Kroko do this Rift. I know he can do
it. Hey.
Very, very nice. He's going to knock down another tower, just losing so much ground on the map. Especially as this split push Yorick, it's really rough. You want to be able to overextend and know that if you could just fight off 2 people for a little bit, you could crawl back to a tower. But now, it's going to be really difficult for him to exert this pressure, kind of muting one of the only potential win cons left for OMG.
And the brief reprieve, the successful
he has another dirt
watching onto Kiana. Oh my god, sorry, what are we cooking?
He has Is he W-maxing?
Observers, go... Observers, I know they cannot hear us, and I know that we're just borrowing another feed, but please,
we're screaming
go to
into
Starry.
the void.
Please.
Right, manifesting looking at Starry.
Please go to Starry.
Is he getting opportunity next? I'm just curious. He's just...
It's Serpent's Fang!
Against what? Against what? There's no shield. There's way W. No, it can't be.
I mean,
no, it can't. Listen, this is the new game. This is all that matters. LNG have got this one in the bag for all I'm considering. Like, Starry is...
We're going to game 5.
What is Starry cooking?
We're going to game 5.
Listen, watch him steal this dragon and we're going to eat our words.
If OMG win, I mean, I don't know if this is actually going to be Serpent's Fang, but I cannot think of any other lethality item that builds out of Dirk and Pickaxe that's not Collector. Does Edge of Night build from it? You have to get a Tunneler. No, because it's Tunneler, Dirk. Oh, like, and poor Juhan doesn't even secure the Quran.
The thing is, most of the pickaxe items then go into Brutalizer, so is he just building components? Is that what's happening? Did he miss up?
No.
Is he going Axiom Arc? Did he mess up the build and is going to try going Axiom Arc? Is that what we're doing?
Oh. Does Opportunity build out Pickaxe? Okay, well...
Okay, that was my first guess, but I'm not an assassin player, so I'm not confident on that.
So,
okay.
If Starry... Because... The way Opportunity works is you have increased lethality after, and then once you're starting combat, until you get in a fight. So I guess if you're just going for the long range ultimate for maximum impact.
I mean, it has a
let
mini
everyone else
Jinx
start the
passive
fight.
built in of getting the move speed to leave and get into a fight. So Starry has truly gone down the despair route that I was lining up earlier of. He understands he's not getting to right-click people. There's the opportunity. Before finishing boots, he knows he is not getting to play traditional Jinx League of Legends this game. And is just trying to get a tag onto any kill. And then question mark, profit.
I wish we had prod comms just so you could hear our very frustrated, very sleep-deprived producer just spouting obscenity into the wind about this. Jeez.
I think Haichao,
Oh, God.
He's getting chipped down. I mean, there's no objective up on either side of like the main ones. There's Atakan that's spawned, and I don't know what we're posturing around mid lane for that.
Melvin, I just want to put this in perspective. Oh,
This
wait.
is too early.
Unlucky. Okay.
Okay. Back to the fight.
Second.
Juhan
All
gone
right,
and got
big
two.
fight, impale onto multiple members, but the supreme display of talent clips Juhan on the way out, and it doesn't even matter. LNG wiped the fight. 6,000 gold ahead at 20 minutes. This Otacon is going to them. I think most certainly this is a game 5 angle.
All right, back to the real game. So what do you think Starry's building third? Is it LDR? Do you think he's going to go down Cyrilda's? Is that what we're doing? Like, this is the game now. This is the game. Like, I know that we've said throughout this series several times, there's no way they can throw this one. LNG, unless they feed a pentakill into Starry, which I don't know if he's got the capabilities for a pentakill with these items, but we'll see. Unless the ARAM Jinx can secure a pentakill, I don't see a way that LNG could lose this one. Yeah, side lane, 2 items in the Jax, 1.5k gold lead over Harry. Jungle, Kiana has a full 3 grand in the pocket to beat Juhan over the head with on his signature Skada. I don't know, chat. I think Croco's getting his redemption arc for the Kiana gameplay right now. He's feeling pretty good about this as Haichao not happy to face the Kiana in the river.
I do not envy Starry's position this game. I think given how the draft was going, and they were thinking that, okay, we'll definitely have a way to allow Jinx to function this game. Because I'm now trying to think back, what were the first 3 picks from LNG before Starry locked in Jinx? Because it was Kiana, Rel, Jax.
I think more importantly, they had already picked the Yorick before the Jinx. So that's the part that I find a bit less forgivable. It's one thing if you get kind of outdrafted, but if you have the Yorick and then pick the Jinx, and then want to play front to back?
Good lord.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to game 5. Sheer just puts the epic beat down. Oh, wait a minute. Profit? Unlucky. Sheer not gonna get sniped by
I love
that
the way you
Megadeth
say
rocket.
unlucky. I feel like you are Starry when you say unlucky there. It's like, unlucky. Good,
I
how can
almost
play?
feel like, not saying that Starry isn't taking this game seriously, but he just looks at this game and says to his team, guys, I cannot hit this game. I'm just building lethality. If I hit an ultimate, awesome. If not,
And the problem is, this OMG team is built around Starry as the win con. Okay, they're finally
they're
trying to kill
looking for the
Croco.
flash. I mean, Haichao trying to tag Croco on top of it, but he goes into grass cube form, invisible, but the next target is missing, and Starry gets the reset. Can he just cook with this build? He's already on the left side of the fight, looking for 1xn, but on the Ezreal, he dashes forward, shifting forward, forcing Starry to burn both of the summoner spells and fleeing the scene. Moham tagged by the Spiraling Despair. Rest of the LNG can follow up. Moham is eliminated, and OMG are now running out of options. Juhan threatening the flank on the left side, trying to see if he can get in there. Super Mega Death Rocket does a little bit of damage, but not threatening anyone with the execution. LNG still far ahead enough to force OMG away.
And they're going to be picking up that Infernal Dragon into. Even saying it hurts to think about how many stats are going to be in the pockets of these LNG members. Having the Atakan, having the Infernal Dragon, having so much gold. I don't know, like, I like the idea from OMG there, because if you do not hard force a play and get some miracle team fighting, some miracle shutdowns off of the back of like 2 to 3 picks, you're not winning the game. So I want to see OMG just keep full sending it. Your Victor is not outscaling this game, my friend. Haichao is not getting to impact this game. The best he can do is put down a W and hope that it tags for a kill for Starry, because... and even then, I don't know if that's even what you want at this point.
It is dire straits for OMG at this stage of the game. Sheer threatening with that counter strikes, trying to see if he could land an engage. Opportunity for LNG. Pretty much any fight is winning when your team is this far ahead. I think the one reprieve that OMG can find is somehow blowing up Croco at the start of the fight, because he's the only one with a massive gold advantage. Sheer is the next one with 2,000 on his side, but it would make the fight more favorable. But Croco, threatening over the wall, gets his Edge of Night Shield procced. OMG still trying to set up and getting into the top side of the map, because Baron is the next objective that could be taken by LNG.
I swear down. Starry, no, he's definitely building LDR, right? There's no way. There's no way he pivots. It's just... yeah, I wonder why you can't find stats on the Fatality Jinx, beloved producer. Yeah, that's, you know, I guess try harder. That's my advice to you on that one. Like, just try... Yeah, there's got to be something. Like, surely somebody else has felt this much despair as Starry in this game, as now it is just posturing around mid. Baron is up. Croco is looking to seal it any moment now, as now Harry has to run back to top lane to go and defend the tower against Sheer, who has been having a great game in of his own. I wouldn't say he's been like the main character or anything, but he's been doing exactly what he's been needed to, and now everybody... send your OMG prayer circles. Will the Jinx ult steal the Baron? Ooh.
Not even a chance, because Missing intercepts it and says, nice try, buddy. Moham trying to set up the first reset for this Jinx. Juhan scoops him right back. Magnustorm stalls the fight briefly, but Starry gets the reset, but is just forced to use the movement speed to run away. Croco catching Moham with the supreme display of talent. Goes invisible with the grass Q. Just playing with his food right now. Moham limping away. Starry trying to look for another kill, but Croco flashes in and blows up the lethality Jinx. LNG continue the momentum into the mid lane. I'm going to try to take this all the way into the base.
Just... I get me out if I'm Starry. This game, it's been so over for so long on behalf of OMG, and Croco is, you know, he's making it so you have to really think, will we get the run back of both junglers on the Jace mirror match in our game 5, or will we see Croco lean towards that Kiana a second time? Do we have to watch a replay? Like, yeah, okay, this is cool. They go in and it looks... okay for seconds, literal seconds. Look at how much damage Croco is doing off to the side. Juhan and Haichao are trying, but for the love of God, it's an Victor, and Starry just dies in a second when Croco decides it is his time to be gone.
Just the amount of respect LNG are still paying to Starry, despite their team being effectively ahead 10,000 gold, just goes to show the patience and the precision that they want to be able to demonstrate in this series. They know that going into this game 4, they were down backs against the wall, where OMG were favored with match point on their side. They do not want to let this game 4 go to chance in any way possible. And we know, from a spectator standpoint, that this game is LNG's to lose at this point. And I think that pressure is even exercised further, despite the massive goal difference. But they are not taking any chances whatsoever. They're trying to play everything by the book, and they are taking measured risks as precisely as possible. Now sieging into the base, and LNG should be sending us to silver scrapes fairly soon, unless something goes awry.
It is just a matter of letting your poke champions do their work. At this point, it is just Bulldog and 1xN flexing. Starry forced to flash away. I feel like it's going to be on this push. I don't even think they need the third inhib. I don't think they need super minions. Croco isn't even in the base yet. He's only just got here, and it's already done and dusted. OMG sat there hoping they can force something, but you don't have the facilities, my friends. You are looking for game 5
Flash
already.
from Moham, looking for missing. That's not the target you want to look for. Moham is the first one to fall. The dash through. Supreme Displays talent finds Starry onto his own base. Croco destroys Harry, and the Kiana curse is lifted for now. LNG are able to prosper. They move to match point. It is game 5 between OMG and LNG.
You know what? When we came into the day, I was hoping for a game 5 because I just cannot wait to see if these junglers run it back on the Jace mirror matchup. We had it. It was cinema. The game went to about 45 minutes and ended with Shia flashing over a wall as Sion to force Juhan to flash away, and then Croco full commits into 4 people. This is with Ocean Soul spawning off to the side, and I'm talking about a more interesting game than the one we just had, where both teams have Soul Point. Croco full dives into 4 people, sidesteps away like an absolute king, and then comes back to just win the game off the back of that one. This is going to be now all the momentum in LNG's favor. OMG, after a loss like that, I mean, you got to find a way to pick yourselves up, because this has been a much longer day than the best of 3 we saw of these 2 teams. We've been playing for about, what, 4 hours now at this point?
It's been a long day here, Melvin, and if you want to hear some cope, I got you for OMG. I think Starry knew that this game was donezo for a while, but he not only went the lethality, Jinx angle once things started going awry with the first Croco gank on the bot side, and then Juhan getting caught out for the blue buff steal, that Starry said, you know what, why don't I give my teammates a laugh? Why don't I just entertain them with a lethality build, so that when the game is over and we finally lose and we go to game 5, OMG just says, well, it is what it is. That was lethality Jinx, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, lethality Jinx, couldn't win anyway. It's okay. Let's just move on and reset our mental for game 5.
One thing of note that has just happened is Croco has now tied Starry for most MVPs. They are both tied at 5 for the most MVPs in the Demacia Cup thus far. These 2 are the main characters of their respective teams. This series, it's been here or there. It's really been just based on each game, whether we've actually got to see that in execution. And now, you say a bit of cope for OMG. I say I was much more expecting OMG to have a chance in game 5 than 4. Momentum regardless. I think that now we have all the champions unlocked again. We're going to come back after our break, and we're going to have a blind pick game 5. So there is no bans, no fearless anymore. We are just, everything is on the table. Get thinking.
And the best part, Melvin, is that this is our first Game 5 blind pick in all of Demacia Cup, because the 2 previous quarterfinals only went to Game 4. There were 3-1 victories by JDG and IG. So OMG and LNG giving us a belated Christmas present, and one that brings us into the new year with our first Game 5 blind pick. You don't want to miss it, folks. It's time to queue up Silver Scrapes. ladies and gentlemen and gamers. No! What is this freeze frame? Are you kidding me? No!
I thought you were just pogging.
No.
We have a competitive Game 5 blind pick. I thought you were just pogging.
We do. What happened to my camera, bro? Put me back. Hopefully it's fixed.
Somebody give me back my GoCaster.
Oh,
I can't do this alone.
God.
I can't. It was 45 minutes the last time these two teams
I'm
had
just
a blind
speaking
pick
from the
Game
void
5.
now. I will just speak from the void as long as stream can hear me. I guess. Okay.
Perfect.
Well,
all right,
that's all that matters. Anyway, here we go, and I'm back right on time. Let's just pretend that this is the beginning. It's OMG versus LNG for Game 5. Fearless into blind pick. All the champions are back and available for the taking. Neither team will know what the enemy team is going to lock in. They'll have their suspicions, they'll have their guesses, and are going to try to put their minds together to figure out what is the best possible win all, take all composition they can field against their opponents.
So, we got to talk about the champions that have been banned in every game. Orianna, Rumble, Jace, and Akali's been banned in most games by LNG. Not every game, but Malphite, he wasn't banned at the very beginning, but he did start game banned later on.
True.
And so, to give a bit of insight, because we have possibly a one-time ever League of Legends event right now, we have the second time these two teams have played a competitive blind pick against each other, because the last series they both played had a competitive blind pick, so we know what they prioritized. We had Harry Ambessa, Juhan Jace, Haichao Galio, Starry on Yanara, and Moham on Leona against Sheer on Sion, Croco also on Jace, the only mirror matchup of this game, Bulldog on Syndra, 1xN on Varus, and missing on Nico. Will they change these priorities? Because now both teams do know what they picked last time. Rumble on the table, something that wasn't acknowledged before. Orianna, maybe? But Bulldog Syndra is back. This is something that needs to be thought about. What does Haichao have? He beat it this time on his Talia, but I don't know, man. What do we do? How do you talk about a blind pick draft?
My approach, Melvin, is just wait for the draft.
just chill.
Just let it happen. Let the two teams figure it out themselves. We're just casters. We don't got to do the hard-hitting analysis that determines which team gets to walk out victorious into semifinals. I mean, we can have our guesses, but then we'll just be running circles. I'd rather let the two teams do all the hard work and just for us to enjoy the spectacle that is coming our way very, very soon. I will say, Melvin, as you called out, this is not only the first time that we're getting a best of 5 blind pick in quite some time. In fact, I don't even know when the last time we've had a competitive best of 5 blind production has the stat. We'll show it later. We'll reveal the info later. But here we go. A return to another competitive blind pick game. Harry throws down this.
We're running it back!
The return of Jace Mirror. This
Ooh!
climatic matchup defined by a single moment from Croco. Late game scenario, flashing in, assassinating Juhan's Jace, and winning them the series in stage 2. And the rest of the composition that unfolds, it's Haichao Orianna, Starry Varus, Moham Leona against Bulldog, Galio, Kaiser for 1xN, and missing on Nico.
Okay, I think this is a case where as soon as I saw Harry first pick Sion for this team, I was like, okay, OMG understand. They understand they want front to back. They know that when they can enable Starry, it's all good. But then he went on the Varus, which Starry has had great games on. But it's a bit harder to maximize that value, especially when we saw earlier today how good this Kaiser Nico bot lane is for LNG. The second game of the day, they were able to win that one with this hybrid, mostly AP Kaiser doing absolute bits as the game went on. And now we have Bulldog taking the Galio. Last time it was a call out from Haichao saying, alright, I'm going to take the Galio because you're going to play Syndra. This time, Bulldog going for it is crazy. I was not ready for that. And out of all the things here, I think the Bulldog Galio is the part that's the most like, wow.
Could be a huge curveball thrown in the mix here, but we've arrived here, Melvin. We asked for it. We called for it. It is Game 5 between OMG and LNG. Winner takes all and moves to the semifinals to face off against IG. And as awarded by our production, this is our first blind pick Game 5 since August 21 of 2015. Wow. More than 10 years ago, chat. Holy moly. Coup. It's Coup Tigers.
Faker had only won one world championship when that happened. Thoughts?
You're right. You're right. Because
one.
that was the year they won their second world title. That was 10 years ago. Oh my god.
Yep. Wow.
I can feel my bones starting to erode. Become decrepit. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, well, you gotta have a bit more life put into you from this game, which I see no way is not crazy. Oh, we did. They did have a mirror
Lulu
matchup.
top. Bro, I remember Lulu top. Morello Namicon rush into probably like, or was it the Rod of Ages Morello Namicon build with like Lichbane? Oh man, we're gonna have to go dumpster diving.
Mid was built. We are dating ourselves in such a way right now.
If anyone is watching this game and has not experienced League of Legends back then, oh man, it was
a different game.
It was a completely different game. Summoner's Rift just got revamped that year. We had the old, like, very, very budget indie game kind of look with the map.
Wait, that was the Juggernaut year, wasn't it?
Yep. Darius, Garen, Mordekaiser, and...
Maiko! I love Athene's on Holy Grail!
On Holy Grail! Oh my god! I have not heard that item in years.
I love that item. That was... you know, take me back. Take me back. That was peak. Should we talk about the game that's currently happening? Because we do have Croco currently.
We're walking down memory lane a little too much here. This is Game 5 between OMG LNG. We've got the Jace Mirror matchup. This matchup single-handedly defined the series between OMG and LNG in their previous bout in Stage 2. We're going to see if we can reach a critical moment just like we did in the later stage of that Game 3 blind pick. Croco starting to make his way to potentially threaten the dive onto Starry and Moham, as Starry is almost at 50% HP. Nico can tank up the turret and set it up, but it's just a quick shock blast.
I don't think she has a cannon minion banked. If you don't
not gonna go for it.
If you don't prepare for the dive by storing up that cannon minion clone, it becomes very difficult. But I think this is a very fair bit of respect from OMG. They're saying, all right, just in case Croco's still around, we should probably just take our reset. It is going to be a lot of tempo, a lot of CS over. Starry does TP in and get to eat at least most of the XP, but even then, still a big cooldown blown already. Oh, it's Harry. Sorry, they're lane swapping. That's one way to do it. Yeah.
Try to get out of that very, very uncomfortable lane. Did Harry connect on the 1xN? Oh my god, wait a minute. Is 1xN gonna have to flash? Maybe have to pop a barrier.
I think he trades kill here if he
slows him. Decimating smash, the barrier's popped. Harry, one more auto attack, he's gonna flash for it. Oh my goodness, Harry secures first blood, burns both summoner spells on 1xN, and Harry might be able to secure this entire minion wave too in the undead passive form. That is a way to kick off Game 5.
Oh, wow. On the Scion of all things was not where I was expecting Harry to have this significant of an impact, but that is a shot in the leg, taking out both of 1xN's summoners and killing him. And cutting, like, Croco was up there to at least... Oh, no, that's not Croco. God damn it, I got Nico'd. I was going to say, I thought Croco was collecting the top farm, but I got Nico'd on the minimap. Oh, I love the champion, but damn, this gets me every time. WTF2 Jaces?
Maybe, yeah, true. If only Shen was like the most broken jungler in the game, and we could have really had a WTF 2 Shens moment for Game 5. But not only it cripples 1xN in the Summoner Spell department, but also it took so much time to make that play happen that 1xN loses his entire CS advantage and experience advantage he had over Starry after he and Missing put in so much work to put him behind.
And we do see now just a real exertion of mid-priority. Haichao taking the shockwave. I mean, it is a Galio, but I think it's going to make it really awkward for Bulldog to be the facilitator here. You would want to have your Galio Evolve able to roam up and kind of balance out any plays that happen on this top side. And now being forced to stay on the tower, having recently TP'd back in, it's all about if Croco can make a difference mid faster than Juhan can top.
Oh, is that a flash from Moham? Just trying to look for Missing. Immediately flash in respect of the potential collapse from Juhan on the Jace. It's a trade of Summoner Spells on these supports. Could be a viable setup next time around.
The Nico clone actually ate the Empowered Shock Blast hit, so Missing gets to walk away with near full HP. He does lose Flash, which means there is a target on his head now, particularly with Varus hitting level 6 soon. I don't think Missing is long for this world, regardless of whether Jace is up there or not. But yeah, a lot of trading bot lane. Sheer going for the commit.
Being able to use the Grim Deliverance to buffer through the Decimating Smash knockup, Harry says, all right, fine, you got me. He's not going to burn his ultimate. Gives Sheer the opportunity to push in the wave, get a clean reset off before Harry can even threaten, and does not have teleport to get back to lane as quickly as possible, but doesn't look like Harry is going to be able to really punish. We got Grub spawning, though, in the next 30 seconds here, Melvin. 2 kills away from either team securing Feat of Strength. This would be also first objectives potentially on the table, as that's a... Yeah.
Yeah,
sorry, yeah. I confused myself. I was like looking at the kill objective feat or the kill feat, and I was like, wait a minute, it's not objectives.
no, but it's easily done. And now with both sides having their own form of priority, it's a question of if there's going to be a trade. Croco, we've seen him back and forth. Sometimes he goes for an invade instead of taking the objective. It looks like right now he is taking the crab in front of the dragon and then taking the dragon itself. So on the other side, we have the very normal response. Juhan taking the grubs. Starry barely not getting his base cancelled, but will stick around just to grab himself an extra tower plate, as now it's just pretty simple. There's nothing too complicated happening. There's some shenanigans happening over there with Missing trying to steal a grub away, and it does actually. Missing was able to get one.
What? Wow. OMG still, at the end of the day, get one of those objective feats for themselves, or at least the tick towards all 3, but being able to deny 3 grubs and that extra void might.
Scary.
OMG thinking about a dive, but the accelerated shock blast goes wide onto 1xN, and you have to imagine with Galio roaming up to topside, they might look for a follow-up. Missing hits the Pop Blossom, and Juhan flashing away from that hero's entrance. Bulldogs are gonna get in there, flash for the taunt. 1xN is also in the mix. He picks up Juhan's head. Sorry's gonna trade it back. And now LNG are going to try to make their exit route, but Moham's taking a lot of damage. Starry could also die to one combo from the...
Good arrow!
Away for the Winds of War! Starry dodges...
Oh my god!
Finally falls, but LNG will not be able to secure...
And Haichao just dead!
Strength, and Haichao now caught by Croco as he gets flashed on by his own Jace, but the phase rush movement speed might just be enough for him to walk away. The action continues on the bottom side as Sheer is just going to burn the flash off of Harry through the Grim Deliverance.
Oh, that was absolute sickness from OMG in all the best way. Juhan did not have a great time at the start of that one, and I think that they sniffed out the roam from Bulldog a little bit too late. Missing pulls the trigger. Barely Juhan is able to get a long enough flash. Ignore the shot blast. But this is the full commit from 1xN and Bulldog that is... It's such good play. You can see that these two from OMG have been playing together for a long time. And watch Moham. He's level 5 right now. Great knock-up from Bulldog. But he is just waiting. Tags over to level 6 from the kill. And then Starry with the amazing juke away from the Nico abilities. Just Oh, I love it. This is so far. You wouldn't think that Lethality Varus could get in such close and narrow fights, but he manages to get it done as the main man for OMG has got 3 kills in the pocket. Full Yomu's already. We look at the opposite number, the main character of LNG, so to speak, Croco. Not a kill to his name, no KP. Did force out Haichao's flash, but it was a trade at the end of the day.
Melvin, how poetic is it that our 2 main characters for both of these teams, hang on. Oh my goodness, one more auto attack. Can't flash those. That's another kill for Starry's pockets as Juhan tries to punch Sheer away. Does manage to get out of harm's reach as Sheer's now on the wrong side. And Croco's going to get run down on the tower. Harry can just tank up this turret shot. And Haichao says CY at with the shockwave. Moham now caught in 3. Maybe LNG can turn this one around and at least get a trade kill. And OMG have no more tools left in their tank. Moham speeding away, but the Winds of War finally clips him as his way was trying to at least make it out of there alive. And this fight, this game 5 is delivering, Melvin.
I cannot believe how good Harry is playing on this Sion. Not because he's a bad Sion, he's a good Sion, but he is playing it like he is the one on the carry champion. Flashing to engage onto Croco in the extended play there, knowing that there's no summoner. And I think OMG is just playing like a more cohesive unit so far, which is not a good sign when LNG's main combo potential is a wombo combo. If LNG are to win a fight, at least pre 4, 5 items, like when 1xN has AP, it's a bit of a different story. But until then, they win off of a wombo combo with Nico ult into Galio ult, with Sheer being a big nuisance on the side and the other 2 doing a lot of damage. If they are not coordinated, if they are not able to loop together and get this done, I mean, the spacing from Haichao, Juhan, and Starry, the poke is just enough to hold them at bay.
Something I want to call out here too, Melvin, as we're approaching 1-item spikes for a majority of the champions here. This is a fairly low magic damage spike from LNG's comp at this stage of the game. Obviously, 1xN, the more items he gets, there's potential that he can lean more AP heavy, maybe picks up a Gnasher's Tooth or other stuff. What? Yo, Harry.
Harry's my goat right now.
Yeah, that was some degen rap behavior, making sure that he is stopping Bulldog from recalling. But at this next fight, if Harry's able to fully complete a legendary armor item, who is killing the Sion super fast? Because Bulldog went for Hollow Radiance, so he's not putting out that much magic damage to really threaten. And LNG, with the Kraken Slayer on this Kaisa, I mean, this is pretty much a lot of physical damage that they have to... that OMG are going to be happy with a giant armor stacking Sion in front of them.
And the real question for me now is, will LNG even take this fight? Like, yeah, you have Jace that can try and steal from long range, but I don't know, this is scary to even go for anything. If you want a full dive commit here from missing, you might just be dead before your Galio even lands to help, as the shot blast is down. Croco's fishing for a steal, though.
You gotta be careful. There's a TP coming in on the other side of this Dragon Pit wall. Sheer threatening with a flank. Wards off with a control ward. Juhan, suspecting that Sheer was there. They know that the control ward is still in that red buff side quadrant. Dragon fully resets Croco. Decent damage, but it's into Harry's Sion, which he does not care about any of these small little poke blasts from the side of LNG, but it's enough that they force OMG to reset the dragon. Redemption's gonna heal them almost back to full, and it should give them the second win necessary to start this dragon up again.
And this is such a more difficult angle to play from as LNG. You could throw the poke out over the wall, but at the... yeah, that was really funny. But the thing is, you're in a choke point, so it is a lot more reliable for OMG to hit their abilities. As now we do have Bulldog not looking for the ult, just being the face tank.
Front line into front line. Bulldog forced to flash away. Croco below 50% HP. Haichao now threatening on the right side flank. Missing. Trying to see if he can find Starry, but only hits Harry with the Paw Blossom. Haichao right into the front. They blow up Sheer before he gets a chance to revive with his passive. And now Bulldog might be the next target. He has no flash. Remember, Justice Punch intercepted by Harry's big fat body. Croco tries to poke from afar, but one shock blast will not change the course of this objective fight. Juhan and the rest of OMG can solo this dragon.
I have got to give full credit to Harry right there. He snapped as soon as Bulldog approached, sends the ult out, and then forces Bulldog to flash away because of the follow-up knock-up from Harry. Like, he's playing out of his mind on this Psalm right now, buying so much space. Okay, I didn't know if we were going to get a replay of this one. Just watch this. Bulldog goes in, he matches the knock-up with his own, and then if the Galio is flashing out, this is already a big problem. Sheer pressures onto Starry, but the chains are enough, and Zehen, no revives so far this series. It's been pretty well played from OMG to not let him get a chance. I honestly did think that the shot blast could have maybe made it so Juhan could be killed over the wall, but not going to play for it, as Moham, despite being a one-item Leona, feels pretty unkillable right now for the LNG team.
I mean, Melvin, remember what we said predicating that dragon fight? The fact that Harry is just stacking a bunch of armor and most of LNG's damage that was spiking is physical damage heavy. Harry did not give an absolute F about any damage that was coming his way. He tanked so many abilities, and it was still rocking a solid 50% HP. He definitely felt like the strongest champion just in that river fight alone. Obviously, it's not going to be that case for the rest of the game, but if OMG could snowball this advantage, continue putting Harry ahead of the curve and LNG behind on trying to spike, especially magic damage for the rest of this composition, Harry will never die. Missing, almost clipped by Solar Flare, forced to flash away. Is able to at least dodge the stun from Moham. The rest of LNG maintaining control of this mid wave, trying to be the first ones into the river.
And I love the Edge of Night from Starry. The one way he's going to die is off of Nico jumping him from Fog of War, or from a clone, or whatever. And he recognizes that, you know what, if I have this, I can play in an actual range where I can threaten. And missing, without the flash now on this Nico, the sole engage tool for LNG. Any other form of engage is not a good one, because you're getting chipped down by Orianna, by Varus, by Jace before you get close. And I don't know, with this, taking a look at the objectives spawning, we have both the Atacon and the Dragon spawning soon, but the Rift Herald is up. It can be taken by either team. OMG are kind of just leaving it right now. They're not in a rush to take it, but it would secure them feats, and I think if Sion gets the armor shoes for the feats this game, good luck. LNG need 1xn or about 4 items before this guy has a chance of dying.
1xn was a massive star performer on this Kai'Sa earlier in the series, but the way that it happened, the way it was built up, required LNG gracefully conceding a lot of advantages over to OMG and praying that they didn't accelerate the game and just letting 1xn farm until that point. I don't know if OMG are going to give them that same reprieve, as Sheer forced a flash, rest of LNG trying to pressure around this Rift Herald, and OMG just taking their time before committing to the objective.
And I think that OMG are playing an amazing poke game right now, because what you can do with poke is actually just not do an objective and get freebie cooldowns like this. Whenever Leona ult is up, if Jace, Varus, anybody is on the same screen, that person flashes or dies. LNG know this. LNG are playing respectful. But the problem is, when you play respectful against a poke comp, you know, there's a reason that Korean teams love it so much, because it's kind of one of those ones where you know that you're checkmated at a fight, but you have to do something, so you're kind of just there hoping that somebody makes a mistake. And so far, OMG are not in the business of making mistakes.
Exercising so much patience around these objective setups, ensuring that they are not committing fully to an objective until they're absolutely certain that LNG threats have been pushed away or chunked out in terms of the health bars. And LNG have to just kind of take the flow chart of like, okay, have OMG done this? Have OMG done this? Okay, they've done everything. Yep, we cannot contest. At least for their sake, LNG will be able to take the first turret on the bottom side of the map. But OMG have already secured the feats of warfare for themselves this game. Otacon has spawned on the bottom side of the map. Both top laners have TP. So does Bulldog. It's time to see how OMG play out this next setup.
Harry definitely wants to hit base before he gets anywhere near there, as we see him going for the recall. If Bulldog can cancel this, it's actually quite big. We do have the Rift Herald coming out just to secure that mid-tier one. you know, we talked about it. It's very significant because when you have poke, and LNG do have poke, like this Kai'Sa from this point is building AP most likely, and she becomes a poke champion who can dive after that. The scaling, definitely best in the game. Like, Kai'Sa will outscale everybody in this game with these AP items if that is what we see 1xN go for a second time over. But it takes a very long time to get there, and... Okay, hold on a minute. Crab gifted over. Maybe there is a steal potential.
Yep. Well, now they have vision on top of it, but 1200 smite comes through from Juhan. No chance for LNG to yoink that one away. And LNG are not even in a position where they can threaten to take the Otacon after OMG recalls. You can see that they're spam pinging for it to see if there is a window, but enough members from OMG are staying on the map just to keep LNG in check and not give them a freebie.
I'm not scared for OMG just yet, but we know LNG have it in them to find these plays. Like, throughout this series, when they've been pushed to the edge, LNG have found a way to bite back in every single instance, regardless of how lost the game looks. This is not the biggest losing state we have seen LNG in, but it is, I think, the cleanest we have seen OMG play for a majority of the series. Haichao in particular on this Orianna, hoping not to caster curse this, has yet to make a misstep on the Ori, even when she was standing mid, and it was a trade of flashes with Croco. Will they be able to approach this dragon with their Jason base?
Whoa.
Their Sard top lane. I think LNG have called the bluff effectively.
It's gone! Moham doesn't have Unsealed Spellbook Smite. Yeah, it's a clean smite from Croco. They walk away. That's a heist if I've ever seen one. Moham gonna try and see if they can find an engage or a pick afterwards, but it's only a missing clone that they have secured for themselves with the CC lockdown. Wow.
That's it.
Wow, Melvin. That's
LNG. I mean, they're a really decisive team. Like, I think that this is also the difference between... Hold on a minute. What?
Moham?
What are we cooking?
What are we doing?
All right.
Moham!
What?
I'm aghast, and now the fight continues. Haichao pops the shockwave right on top of Harry. At least they trade 1 for 1, but missing. Now going to try to punish Starry. The fact that he's caught out here. It's actually Juhan that is being felled by LNG. OMG just lost their minds. They're dying. What the hell is happening on my screen? Starry flashing away from the hero's entrance circle. But Melvin, a moment of just insanity from OMG members, and LNG are back in this game.
There's something about that bot lane tier 2 tower that just drives OMG crazy. I don't get it. I truly don't get it. Moham doesn't know necessarily that everybody is here, but he sees Galio and forces onto Galio with nobody in his postcode, and then 1xN uses Harry as a ferry to get the Haichao. That was fun to say. And yeah, like, this is just a series of bizarre mistakes, and then it kind of cascades because we were just talking about it. LNG know how to capitalize on a mistake. And guess what? OMG, who had been playing a very good game to that point, decide, actually, this is going to be our bit of a mid-game whoopsie. Let's give the Atacon, give a load of kills over, and yeah, that's something.
You know, the funny thing is, Melvin, is that it wasn't Haichao that made a mistake, but the rest of OMG somehow just fell into this worst timeline, worst decision-making possible follow-through. I'm
Game 5
so
pressure. That's the only thing I can put it down
confounded.
to. Game 5 pressure is the only thing I've got for that, because it was one of those things that maybe for a moment to Mohammed looked like a good play to go for one person, but nobody else was living in that one moment. And yeah, it just happened. Let's bring it back to the present, though, because we got the Baron actually spawning very soon. It is a Chemtech Soul. Not the most impactful this game. It can make a difference later on, in the sense of just giving a bit of tenacity, particularly against the Leona and the Nico, respectively. That is probably the most impactful thing that these Chemtech Dragons will end up doing for the foreseeable. But for now, I don't know. This is just like the gold lead has been fumbled. LNG now have it. Yes, you have the feats, which is big for OMG, but I just want to see them take a moment, breathe, and get back to what they were doing. Like, Harry was being the, GOAT frontliner for them. Get back to a normal team fight. Let Starry play with the team. Because that's what happened there. They started a fight with Starry off, just in another country. Like, I don't know. That was completely different. There was no tie-up.
It almost seems like, Melvin, that we just had a moment of complete despair for no reason because they snuck in Otacon. And OMG were like, guys, what are we doing? We just let them have Otacon for free? No way. We have to punish. We have to do something. We have to do something.
I see
and
that. That makes
the reality
sense.
is, sometimes it just happens. You know, sometimes you just lose objectives like that. But you cannot just concede and give up more windows like that to a team like LNG, who have proven time and time again that if you give them an inch, they will take everything else from you.
If there's one word for LNG, it is resilience. This team does not give up, and they will always try and force their way back into it. And right now, they are sneaking Baron. It is known. OMG have time to respond. They have a lot of poke available. They have a lot of steal potential available. I think LNG may be pushing their luck a bit here. But it won't be OMG taking a page out of their opposite numbers book and keeping the Baron leashed. As Croco, that's the thing. We haven't said much about him this game, despite being who we expected to be the main man for LNG. But as the game goes on, this lethality Jace, he has got the Serildas in inventory, does stupid damage. This champion, so stupid in the jungle, because you can just build full lethality and do that constantly.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about stacking a tier into a Moramana, which has effectively delayed so many solo lane Jace spikes over the years that we have seen Jace in competitive play. Now in the jungle, like you said. And the fact that Croco has gone for opportunity as the second item, whereas Juhan went for a safer approach with the Edge of Night. You get a little bit of extra lethality off of that item spike, and then being the first to complete Serilda's Grudge off of the back-to-back Otacon into pickoffs from OMG side. This Jace is hitting like a massive truck. And for OMG, they have to be extremely careful, because if it is not Harry or Moham tanking these shock blasts and the pokes from the Void Seeker with now a Nashor's Tooth on board for 1xN, they're starting to run out of ways that they can actually approach LNG.
And I mean, 1xN has now got his 100 AP marker. He is throwing out these fully empowered Kai'Sa Ws. So the poke is starting to shift into LNG's favor as the dragon is being fought. There is both junglers here. Croco.
Wait, LNG still secured the dragon, but Juhan is able to take down Croco as punishment. Moham looking for 1xN. As he's able to cleanse away thanks to, I don't even know what happened there, but missing falls at the end of the day. 1xN forced to run away, and there is a Baron now on the table. No Croco, no missing. This is a chance for OMG to get back.
You do have quite strong members of LNG, though. I think that this isn't a full give. You can fight it. I mean, it's all about how confident LNG are playing, and guess what? We know this team is one thing, and they are ready to give it a go. Moham sitting here, going for the pick on Sheer.
Moham with the flank with the blast cone. Sheer's forced to use the ultimate just to get out of harm's way. 1xN pressuring on the right side. Bulldog also looking to threaten with a flank of his own. The rest of LNG just need to stall enough time for Croco to come back on the field. He's back on Summoner's Rift, but he has to walk so far just to get in range to potentially smite Seal. It's a 4k HP. 1xN threatening on the backline. Juhan forced to punt him away, but he's in the middle of the hero's entrance. He's gonna get knocked up. And
Juhan's dead!
Can look for the steal. 3.2k HP on the Baron. 1xN saving the game alongside Bulldog. Massive throw from OMG, and it's LNG that come up huge in the clutch. LNG cannot be tested. OMG fail it all, and LNG have the Baron.
When you take a swing at LNG, they bite back, and Croco picks up the Baron after his team does the heavy lifting. These three members do so much, as we've gone all the way back to the dragon, and we see Croco does his part by securing the dragon against his opposite number with the shot blast and then winning the smite fight straight up. And then this just, you know, Moham had a series of really good picks on here and then on Sheer at the Baron, as we're going to skim all the way over. But LNG knows there's still an angle. We have a lot of ways to approach this. Sheer, good, using the Grim Deliverance to immediately buy space. And OMG, they get pulled off the Baron, so it resets. What happens in the middle of this? They get pulled off the Baron. It doesn't get a chance to reset this time because Sheer full commits in, buys so much space for 1xN to go in, who chases Starry down. Doesn't get the kill immediately, barely. But then as we loop back, this combo is massive, but Starry has to try and do what he can to finish off the damage, but a Void Seeker from the grave of 1xN. This player has been the secondary carry for LNG behind Croco, but 1xN on this AP Kai'Sa looks unleashed.
When you think back to 1xN's time with Thunder Talk, how we have time and time again lamented if 1xN only had a team where he didn't have to 1v9. Well, on this squad with LNG, the clutch factor they have shown, the precision, the coordination, 1xN no longer has to fear about having to put the entire weight of the world on his shoulders. He can just live the dream, sailing into the backline, assassinating Starry once again. He trades his life, but he has given his team a way into the base where it's only Juhan and Haichao to defend the entire world from crumbling down.
He has completed the Rabadons. Haichao has resource, but that is it. No shockwave available. I don't know if he even has a chance to stop this, but you have to try. You cannot lose without fighting back. The minions will be left alone. LNG not going to commit to the end without 1xN. I think that this is going to be an all-important reset, an all-important moment for both teams now to fish for whatever resources they can, as Moham going up to find vision, but Croco has the spell shield, and it's in the same spot. This is the same spot that LNG beat OMG in their last game against each other, and watch these Void Seekers from 1xN. You would think he was on the poke Varus again, finishing off another kill, and then tagging right onto the end there, going for the full commit to take out Starry, one of the most powerful members of the OMG squad. I think it was a perfectly worthwhile trade there, because they also got the shockwave, which meant Haichao could not defend the base. Wow.
It's just crazy
I love
to think what an 80 carry can do when such a heavy burden is removed and you are unleashed, you are unchained, you are unshackled from the pressures of having to play safe because you are the only reliable, consistent carry on a team that struggles between Group Nirvana, Group Ascend, trying to survive at the top of the worst teams in LPL and just doing what you can to survive when you have to fight against the best teams in the LPL. And while LNG, this is a completely new roster, rebuilt from the ground up, built with 1xN in mind to thrive, we definitely didn't expect everyone else to pull their own weight. You look across the board, missing, taking an early exit from JDG 2025 at the end of Split 2. You look at Bulldog coming off of a very disappointing year in the LCK with DNF. You look at Croco and Sheer, who similar positions where Sheer inconsistent in his own year with FPX. Sometimes you get hopes that he would be a reliable carry threat and then falling short when his team needed him most. But Sheer has been excellent, and Croco, this team
Don't talk about bro. That's you know, this is such a turnaround for him. Yeah. Really, I think that it's so good to see the cohesion we've had, and this is the Croco-led team that enables 1xN to play in a way that actually lets him be a hyper carry. Starry, exactly. The entire OMG team has been built to keep Starry in the driver's seat and do what he can. But the thing is, an ADC can only do so much driving. You need the rest of the team to get the engine rolling. You need the rest of the team to start up. It has to be a cohesive unit. And if OMG want to make any play to get back into this game, they need to be a cohesive unit. 2 Rabadons picked up right now for LNG. I don't know if it's the final fight, but the Baron is about to spawn, and now the poke comp is fully online for LNG. If you lose Baron here, I think that the angles OMG could find to slip back into this game are all but naught.
And the worry for a physical, heavy damage profile from LNG, those woes are finally gone, because now not only 1xN is at nearly critical mass on this Kai'Sa with the Nashers and the Death Cap, but now Bulldog is boasting a lot of damage in his own right. So Harry can no longer just freely occupy space, and Missing is walking with the minion wave. Can they suss it out? Can they spot it? Missing looks for the Pop Blossom and only lands on a one, but Sari was forced to flash from it. Sheer approaching for the right side, looks to flank on top of Starry's head. The shockwave from Haichao clips multiple members, but 1xN is still firing. No one can touch him, no one can pressure him, and 1xN is deleting them all. Harry can look for a trade, but the damage has been done by LNG. Haichao, the final member from OMG left standing. Can he be a hero? Can he save the game from OMG? It's gonna be a momentous task to ask for the mid laner of OMG from his former organization that he has to somehow save the game from. But Bulldog clips him with the taunt, looks for the Justice Punch. The knockup connects, and LNG will repeat the story we saw in Stage 2. LNG remains victorious and holds the trophy over OMG's head. They will advance to the semifinals.
An incredible performance from every single member of LNG, and it is completely different in all the same ways to how they beat them last time. It may have been Jace jungle on both sides, but this was not Croco's win. This was the team's win. This was 1xN pulling heavy duty. This was Sheer buying space in those fights, Missing, picking up those engages, and Bulldog finishing it off at the end, taking out his opposite number. He took his spot to be here on LNG, and my god, did these two teams deliver my favorite series of the year. That was an incredible series of back and forths, and OMG, oh man, oh it hurts. It wasn't even Haichao. Haichao was not the one that had problems there. He was generally pretty consistent the entire way through the game. He made arguably one mistake overstaying for a mid-tower play, and that was about it.
Everything went wrong for OMG when LNG snuck the Otacon, and you mentioned that Game 5 nerves could have been what bit OMG in the end. I would not be surprised. I joked about it fairly to you afterwards in the moment, saying, man, maybe they just lost their minds and thought, guys, losing the Otacon is just absolutely demoralizing. We need to get something back. We need to punish them. And they just overextended, trying to play a fight that just, they didn't need to force it. Sometimes in those scenarios, if the enemy team just gets an objective under your nose, you just have to accept it and just play for a fight that you are properly setting up for. But they forced the issue, probably not coordinating that well, and it's such a shame to see what was 20 minutes of excellent, measured, patient gameplay from OMG in a critical Game 5 go to waste in just a matter of seconds.
And you know what? If anybody's looking forward to the new season, even though OMG are walking away sad today, they're going to be so happy Atacon's deleted. They're going to be so happy Atacon is off my screen. Don't have to worry about that. Bring Baron back to 20 minutes because, yeah, you said it very succinctly. OMG had a solid, beyond that, an amazing way to snowball this game. But similarly to the last time they matched up in this same stage, the blind pick phase, LNG weren't winning early. In fact, Croco wasn't even doing massive amounts, but it was as the game went on, the team came online, LNG found more of these angles, they found those clutch moments, and kind of to pay last respects over to OMG for this tournament, I think they went way higher beyond people's expectations. Yes, there were silly moments, yes, there was an anime betrayal, but at the end of the day, I don't think people were projecting OMG to get this far, and I'm so excited to see what they can do once they get a bit more of that practice as a practice towards the nerves, a bit more rigor, get more tested, because this was already a solid showing to start it off. But let's talk about LNG now.
Yeah, I am very excited to see how they match up against IG, because once again, this is LNG's full-fledged roster they're taking into 2026. IG are only playing, shout out to 1xN, yeah, 100%. We had a suspicion that 1xN was going to repeat a similar Kai'Sa performance that we got earlier in the series when he just clutched up at the end of Game 2 and had evened up the series. But for LNG going up against IG, They don't have to worry about playing against Rookie. They don't have to worry about playing against Mako. Not to say that Jue and Renard are pushovers. I think Jue
I've been quite
is
impressed
a
by both
very... I think Jue definitely was someone that I was very happy to see at least get a shot. And even if it's shadowing Mako and in his, just behind him, that's not a bad role model to have, Mako
Some would say one of the best.
Yeah, definitely one of the best, if not the GOAT of LPL. Obviously, that is a deeper conversation that can be had, but just you look at Mako's career with EDG and everything. But yeah, I still think that the fact that IG are not fielding their full-fledged roster and using essentially their secondaries in mid and support, it gives LNG a lot of hope, and I think a high chance that they should be favored going into that series. I mean, Saboro's been playing well, surprisingly, because I don't know what's happening with the Shy, but it's still Wei, and I mean that's the only remaining member from the IG squad.
We're projecting towards next week. We're projecting
Yeah.
towards next week because LNG, they showed such incredible stability in the most close moments throughout this series. Even when they were pushed to the brink, they never faltered to just send it for a play. And you know what? For a roster that's just been put together, if you've already got that killer instinct, that reliance that... Sheer jumped into that Baron pit as well back in Game 3 when it was the steal off the back of OMG aggro Baron, then peeling off, and then LNG just full send it on a 4k HP Baron to collect it. They may have lost that game, but it shows something different about this team. And I would not be surprised if we see LNG not only take semis, but possibly even hit finals and have a killer performance up there. Because, this team looks great. They do look great. Like, all of their pieces are super solid. They've all been performing in their own way. The champion depth has been impressive. There was a reason they took Game 4, and I think it was off the back of they just have more champions they're comfortable with. And guess what? There may be blind picks in Game 5 here, and I think that was part of what gave OMG extra legs. I think if this was a regular season game, OMG don't even get that initial lead because the champion pools just aren't there yet for them, and LNG have got that practice. They have got that depth that they can, sink into and pull it together.
I think that's the coolest thing about LNG just going into the semifinal, Melvin. Their clutch factor, their resolve to still go for the boldest and craziest plays, knowing that their options are limited, and just the abandonment of fear in those moments is what can be defining for a team that is filled with individuals looking for a second chance or even just redemption from their previous year and trying to prove that they are worth more than what the results showed in 2025. But ladies and gentlemen, gamers all over the world tuning in, that is the conclusion of an epic best of 5 quarterfinal here on LPL English. We've got one more quarterfinal to put through. It is LGD taking on Anyone's Legend, and then the conclusion of that series will advance us into our semifinals, which will be next week. I think next week, and then
they'll give you
our
the schedule
final
tomorrow.
You know what? We'll look at the schedule again tomorrow. Remember, same time, same place here on LPL English for our quarterfinal. But apart from that, on behalf of myself, the broadcast staff and crew, thank you all for tuning in, and good night.